We have our wonderful TV6 crew upstairs, but I'm looking to see if we have, I don't think Brooke is here yet, so we don't have the Globe here yet. The approval of the agenda. I would like to, as we do this, point out a couple things. First of all, if you'll notice under 8B, we have added something new to our agenda this time, which we hope will be a benefit, particularly for those who are watching us on TV. We have our open forum, our member comments. They come up, they ask questions. We try to answer them, but there are times we don't have a ready answer, and we say that we will get back to you, or we have to do some research on it, or something like that, which we do, but it's to that individual. So the rest of you out in the audience who heard the question don't get the answer. And so Director Margolis, starting this morning, is going to be doing a follow-up from the open forum of the previous meeting to answer any questions that we were not able to answer at that meeting. But I do want to tell you that we do get back to the individuals that ask the question. It's just the rest of you out there that may not have heard the answer. So that's something new that we're adding. Can I have a motion, please, to approve the agenda?
I so move.
I have it moved and seconded. Any discussion? Yes, Director Armendariz.
I have an amendment to the agenda that I'd like to propose. Thank you. I'd like to propose an amendment to the agenda because of a correction that I became aware of after the last meeting, and it's also related to this topic right here.
Okay, we will be discussing that.
Okay, my motion is to delete item 11C because it's not correct.
That's correct. We're moving
And-
it to 14A.
Okay, you are? I don't see.
And I was going to do that when we get to the consent calendar.
Okay,
We would
so-
remove it from the consent calendar and put it onto the Finance Committee report on
Okay, well,
14A.
Let me continue with my explanation. At the last meeting, we approved a similar statement applying it to November. And we haven't even completed, let's say, the training or the explanation to all the board of directors how to comply with this. Also, the change in the Davis-Sterling Act was passed applying to 2019. So it doesn't even apply to November 2018 or December 2018. So the reason I was going to propose a motion to delete it from here was I was also going to propose a motion that we acknowledge that that was passed in error last month, and I want to reference that we are deleting it from that approval, because it's not right. Right now, the way we approved it, we basically lied because we thought we were doing the right thing, but we didn't really understand what it meant. Okay, thank you.
As I said, I'm going to do it when we get to consent calendar. We will remove that item and put it for further discussion, and we can bring that up then. Any other objections to the agenda? All right, yes.
May I ask, what is the amendment?
What is the amendment?
Yeah, this says, motion amend. What is the amendment?
No,
On the computer says
Not to
amend.
amend. We are, when we get to the consent calendar,
Right,
we will have a motion that will remove item 11C
C,
from the
okay.
consent calendar and move it to 14A for further discussion, and which is the finance report. And so when we get to 14A, then we will go over all of this. And Betty Parker will also be here to help us.
I thought committee reports, we are not supposed to discuss things, so probably should move in 13E rather than 14A.
It will be part of the committee report.
So there will be discussion there.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, yes, Director Margolis?
I'm uncomfortable with 12A because we have changed with the first reading, we have changed things since the first reading.
That has nothing to do with the agenda. We
Well,
will
I would like
discuss
to
that
move
when
that
we get to
into new
12A.
business instead of unfinished business, because I feel that we are having to have a new reading of it.
All right, if you'll notice, under new business, we have 13C, which is the payment plan for the assessments.
Yes.
This was the one for monetary payments.
But
and-
that's,
and it's different.
12A was also changed as well between the first reading and now.
No. 12A was not changed, it was 13C.
Well, it has been raised to 12%, and we discussed it at 10%.
If
So
you
it's
look
been
at the
changed.
resolution, it does not say 12%. Okay,
So,
would-
question, was the original one says 10%, right? So it's not changed to 12%?
it is, I'd like to have Betty talk on this, but basically what it says is it's our standard. We have another resolution. We have a policy on liens and enforcement, and that is 12%. So the 10% was what was incorrect, but we don't call it out. We just said it would be interest according to our policies.
So we voted on 10%, and now we're
You
trying to
didn't
approve
vote
12%.
on anything. You voted to
I
move it
move the
forward.
agenda.
Right, this is just the agenda. We're not discussing items on the agenda.
So can we move this
move the
issue
agenda.
12A to 13E?
Not
Good call.
yet. It's out of order. I will do that when we get to the consent calendar. Right now, we are just approving the agenda. Director Armandaris?
Okay, so that I understand, so we will have a chance to discuss all this when we get to that item.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
All right, would you vote, please, on your screen to approve the agenda? All right, the vote, we're still there we go, 10-1. Director Trong abstained. All right, item number 5, the approval of the meeting minutes from our January session. I do appreciate particularly some of the directors who took the time and effort to go through the 80 pages of the minutes from that session and have some, particularly Scribner's errors. There's no major changes. And we have passed those on to our secretary and our corporate secretary. But it has nothing to do with action items. It has to do with what somebody said or didn't say particularly. Okay, can I have a motion to approve the minutes?
I move to approve the minutes.
Thank you. Just a second.
Yes, I didn't have time to pass on this correction, but when the director's present.
Are you seconding the motion before we have discussion?
A second.
All right, thank you. Elsie seconded it now. Continue, Director Armandaris.
All right, we have the wrong names there on page 1 of 80 at the top, director's present. Jeannie Durrell was not there, Don Tibbetts was not there. At English,
Correct.
that should be Sue Margolis, Elsie Eddington, and Anthony Liveratore.
That's correct. Those are the Scribner errors that we
I didn't know if that got corrected.
are correcting. Yes.
It is now, huh?
Yes.
Thank you.
Director Randaz.
I had provided some quote-unquote Scribner errors and I guess that Cheryl's going to make those.
Right, Maggie and
'cause
Cheryl.
I make sure that I didn't take what I said out of context.
Right.
again. So
So we are changing
hopefully
that
we'll get that changed.
in the
Thank you.
in the comments? All right, would you vote, please, on the approval of the minutes?
Which should stick down, I don't know.
All right, who are we missing, Cheryl? Yours won't
My
work?
screen is just bouncing all over. I can't.
Oh, okay.
Nope,
Would you give her your vote?
that's why you have to use to hit it.
Oh, my goodness.
In the interest of time, would you just give her your vote, and then we'll work on your screen?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So the vote is 9-2 with Director Margolis and Director Akrakar abstaining. Okay, item number 6, which is the report of the chair. I mentioned the follow-up with Sue, but I'd also like to announce the appointment of Director Liberatore as our board parliamentarian. Director Liberatore is well-versed in Robert's Rules. He is the president of the Robert's Rules Study Club, and we have, in the last few months, had our attorney here as our parliamentarian. But since we have a qualified board member, we're going to be using him. So I'm announcing his appointment as the board parliamentarian. This is not an elected office. This is an office that's appointed by the president. The other thing I wanted to mention was our handyman service, which has, this is the initial year where we're working out kinks, where we're seeing if it's working, all of this kind of stuff. I can only tell you it's working too well. And so I get people who call and say, I called for the handyman service and they can't come out for 3 or 4 weeks. We have 2 handymen and they are every day filled up. Now, at the end of, when we go into budget for next year, excuse me, we may want to budget more for a 3rd handyman or even a 4th. So it's a wealth of riches. We're just doing so well with the handyman service that we ask your patience if you call for the handyman service and they can't come out right away, which is, of course, what we would like. Okay, we now go to item 7, which is our open forum. Members in the audience have 3 minutes per speaker. You can address the board regarding items that are not on the agenda and that are within the jurisdiction of this board of directors, not GRF, not Third, not VMS, whatever, this board of directors. Maximum time limit of 3 minutes, and you can only speak once during the period. Madam Secretary, can you tell us who we are listening to today?
Okay, our first speaker is Chris Collins.
Good morning, Chris.
Morning. Chris Collins, 3306Q, and I'm here with another update on the work of the Foundation of Laguna Woods Village on behalf of residents experiencing temporary financial crisis. Here's a question: buying food or filling the prescription? No village resident should have to choose between filling a prescription and buying food. A partnership between the foundation and the South County Outreach Food Pantry helps those who are having trouble stretching their budgets to cover food needs throughout the month. With the help of Age Well Senior Services, the foundation provides transportation for qualified village residents to the South County Outreach Food Pantry the 2nd Tuesday of every month, where they can get 1 week's worth of perishable and non-perishable food monthly. Some of the participants have also qualified to receive what's called a senior box of non-perishable food. To become a part of this program, please contact Social Services at 949-597-4267 to determine eligibility. The residents can also go to the food pantry on their own, which is located at 7 Watney, Suite B in Irvine. It's open from 9 a.m. to 3:30 on Monday Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, but only in the afternoon on Tuesdays from 12:30 to 3:30. Anyone interested should bring a photo ID, address verification, such as a utility or phone bill, and verification of household income via Social Security statement. The foundation also continues other programs to meet nutrition and food needs of residents. Through social services, seniors in need can obtain grocery cards to purchase food at a local supermarket. The foundation also provides monthly funding to the Meals on Wheels program to feed village residents. Each month, between 150 and 175 residents receive such meals as a result of the funding from the foundation. For Meals on Wheels, please call the Florence Sylvester Senior Center at 949-380-0155. And for other food programs, please contact Social Services at 949-268-2271. For more information, you can also contact the foundation by email, which is thefoundation@comline.com, or on the phone, which is 949-268-2246. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chris. We are so fortunate here in the village to have not only the foundation, but our own social services with which they work so closely to help meet the needs of our citizens. And we really appreciate the work that they do. Next.
Okay, our next speaker is Ron Arnone.
That's correct, Arno. Good morning, everybody,
Good morning.
and as well to our neighbors on Channel 6. I'm about to read a letter received at 6:30 a.m. this morning, responding to an email sent out last night to the non-toxic Laguna Woods supporters. It's somewhat blunt, but I think perfectly reflects the timing of the majority of our remarkable community. Not the timing, excuse me, the thinking of our community. And at a minimum, the majority of those of us, nearly 2,000 strong, who have supported our movement. This is her email. Do we know what is already spent? I really do not want the HOAs to go up. Cost of living has gone up and will always increase, and this is bad enough. Many seniors are wise about their spending. This is a very important issue, and the board needs to adjust projects and those costs. Landscaping is a basic need and keeps up the value of our community. Along with painting and tree trimming, these are visual community needs. Those are the visual community needs. The community requires non-toxic use. Let me reread that sentence because I muffed it up. Along with the painting and tree trimming, those are the visual community needs. The community requires non-toxic use. Not everyone is affected, but so many are, S-O-O-O. How does one put a price on our lives? Toxic products are, indeed, a slow kill. The community is not overreacting about this important topic. There is more evidence available, and we have learned so much more. Some board members feel that we are overreacting, and this is short-sighted on their part. They also do not want their projects affected or postponed. I am just asking for some adjustments. They work hard on the budgets, but change is possible. This is what the community needs, which is more than the community wants. Board members are elected to sort through what the community is asking for. We can adjust products as we all learn together what works well and be cost-effective along the way. Products change and prices can go down, but our HOA fees, no, they will not. They will move saved funds to another project. We are in a
All right, Arnie,
product learning
Mr. Arnie,
curve.
you need to finish up your,
Okay,
use your
one more
time.
sentence. Landscaping wants money for their department, and they will paint a picture to cover the worst picture. I get it, but I do not need to accept the picture. It is a business, an ugly business. Let's be more positive and do the right thing effectively. And if I may just add one more comment, I would like to finish my comments by offering my personal perspective. Laguna Woods Village is one of the largest private retirement communities in our country. We have a unique opportunity to make a milestone contribution to the health and safety policies of senior communities across the nation, and I dare say potentially around the world. We can and should embrace this opportunity with fervor, dignity, and gratitude. We have the power and the wisdom to make meaningful change. This change will become our legacy. Thank you.
Thank you. I might point out, because you did go over time, if you had given us your personal remarks first instead of reading a letter, you would have been within the time limits. And I encourage others who I know are in the audience, please don't reread the letter. Thank you.
I do apologize. My first time. Thank you.
Right, next.
Okay, our next speaker is David Cohen.
Members of the United Board of Directors, good morning. I'm going to be reading a statement. I'm addressing you as a representative of the Non-Toxic Laguna Woods Initiative. As a direct result of the apparent ambivalence in regards to cessation of the use of Roundup, we, the members of the Non-Toxic Laguna Woods Initiative, in coordination with motivated residents, in United and Third Mutual, and in conjunction with medical, environmental, toxicological, and legal experts, are forming a board of advisors to fully address and analyze the issues around Roundup discontinuation. We cordially invite members of the Landscape Committee to collaborate with this advisory board so that we can, in a collegial manner, analyze safety issues and potential financial impediments and make recommendations to the benefit of all the residents of Laguna Woods Village. Towards this end, a town hall meeting will be scheduled whereby the advisory board can present their analyses and residents can air their concerns and suggestions. We, the coordinators of this effort, will apprise the boards of United and Third Mutual, as well as the Golden Rain Foundation and the media, as to the date, time, and location of the town hall meeting. To reiterate, the goal of the Non-Toxic Laguna Woods Advisory Board, in conjunction with the concerned residents of Laguna Woods Village, is to offer advice and recommendations to the governing bodies of the village so as to arrive at a decision for the benefit of all the residents. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Cohen. Next.
Our next speaker is Maxine McIntosh.
Good morning, Maxine.
Good morning, delightful people. And I do want to underscore what our president said about the handyman service. Best investment I ever made. It is just terrific. I'm so glad that I still have a few months to go and hope I can renew then for another year. Thank you very much. As to the acceptance of the agenda today, you know, I don't really know. I have a question. Had I been sitting on this board today, I would have voted no against accepting the agenda because the modifications hadn't been made. The changes that people were talking about weren't made, so the agenda wasn't corrected when you voted on it. Maybe that's legally okay. I just don't know. You could just tell me, because I would have been voting against it just for that reason. I have a new idea for this wonderful board. I hope that this United Board will consider the plight, you've probably heard of it sometimes, of some of our neighbors who've lived here a long time. They're coming up short, maybe just a few $100s a month. And as you know, we often have a husband and wife moving here who have planned carefully. And they've lived here happily for 15, 20, maybe 30, 40 years. And one spouse becomes very ill. And the other spouse has to empty their carefully saved money, their savings, to take care of that spouse. The spouse passes away, and now the remaining spouse just can't quite make it each month and would like to rent a room in her or his manor, or have a different arrangement for a live-in companion that could share all the costs, because we have some rules right now against that. And I've only talked with two people personally, but I remember when I was on the board, we were hearing about this. And I would hope maybe you would consider this. If you pass a new policy allowing the members to rent out a room, you could save, in my opinion, some residents from facing a forced move who have lived here and love it and shouldn't be forced out. They're not deliberately getting behind. I suggest that most such requests would come from fellow neighbors who are very happy here and they want to live the rest of their lives in our mutual. I hope you'll please address this as a united challenge. Thank you.
Thank you, Maxine.
Our next speaker is Dick Rader.
Hi, Dick Rader, 270D. I heartily agree with the recommendation was made that we have a town hall meeting on Roundup. However, I would strongly urge that we do not allow individuals within the community set that up. I think what we need are outside scientists to give an objective review. If we have our advisors or inside people do it, it could lean towards, one way or the other. Let's have the scientific review, and that way you will be able to make an informed decision.
Thank you.
That concludes our speakers.
That's it. Okay. All right, we will go to item 8A, which is responses to the open forum speakers.
Wait a second, don't we want the open forum response first?
People
said, does any director want to comment on what was said?
That's what we're doing, responses to the A, yeah, and then we'll have your part in B. All right, if you would like to respond, please press your request to speak button. All right, excuse me, the first one is Andre, and then Carl, and then Cash. Okay, Director Trower.
Thank you very much for the Laguna Woods non-toxic organization, and thanks for your input on this one. And apologize it took so long. Apparently, the first time we went through the 100-day test, we didn't fulfill our promise and give you the answer. So right now we're going through another one. And hopefully we'll get the right answer, whether it's being scientific or the residents oriented. We'll consider both sides, okay? And with it, as far as town hall meeting, maybe that's a good idea that we can get everybody's input. We have concerns about cost, which I understand the VMS is going through the study and trying to find out what's the best alternative and how much it will really cost. Last time we studied it, and found out the numbers are not calculated exactly right according to Director Armaderi's calculation. So we have found some flaw in there, and hopefully will get resolved. As far as Maxine's recommendation, agenda set but not voted. I'm hoping that at that time the parliamentarian wasn't established. Hopefully, in the future, our parliamentarian will be able to speak up according to Robert's rule, whether we should vote it for or not. I believe according to Robert's rule, it should be voted. That's the reason I voted abstain on that. As far as allowing rent, I think that's a good idea. We need to take care of the residents here, and when they are in, rather than asking for help from Laguna Woods Foundation, hopefully we'll have some means for them to be independent, help themselves, and also an additional hands in the unit will probably help them out, make their life better. Another one is.
Madam Secretary, are you timing these?
Okay. Dick mentioned that we don't want individual to lead and we want scientific informed decisions. I like that idea, but I also want to also listen to the residents and hear their point of view. If we can move more towards accommodate both of them, that would be great. Thank you very much.
All right, next is Director Randazzo.
Yeah, I'd like to comment on the people that continue to come to the board meetings with regard to the roundup, as though we are not taking any action. There's a gentleman in the back who's now in charge of the landscape. He's already made presentations before in this boardroom, indicating that they are working on a process. It's a process to determine what's best for the community. Roundup eventually will be phased out. That's what our intent is supposed to be. But at this particular point in time, we're using it surgically in various different places. GRF still uses it all over the place in golf courses and what have you, okay? So, I mean, for everybody to specifically say it's only United that's got the issue, be aware of the fact that GRF still uses it. And because of the fact that we have places like golf courses or what have you, okay, whereby they have to use this. So in any case, what I'm trying to say is that it's being worked, right? Am I correct, Kurt? It is being worked. And we are taking action on it. We're just not completely getting rid of Roundup today. It is used in a surgical manner in various different places, and it is used on that areas, and it is not airborne. That's what everybody understands. And you can probably see on TV and in the newspapers whereby there are a lot of lawyers now all of a sudden deciding to basically advertise on full-page ads that if you've ever had Roundup, please contact us. You know, I've seen those same ads for mesothelioma. I was in the Navy for 6 years, and I was exposed to asbestos. At this particular point in time, I haven't taken them up on their offer because you can't get asbestosis if you did not have a friable type of airborne asbestos. The asbestos that we were exposed to was around pipes that was already completely covered and painted over. So all I'm saying is that this particular thing, Roundup issue, is being worked in United, and it is being worked throughout the community. And please, you just have to be a little bit more patient with us, but nobody is going to die tomorrow as a result of airborne Roundup. So just be aware of that. Thank you.
All right. Director Akrakar.
Let me just thank Chris Collins again for doing such good work for our community, and to include now even, go further and work with Agewell Transportation and Meals on Wheels. Very good idea. Next, I would like to comment on Ron Arnon. Did I spell it right? Basically, HOA fees is my concern as well, because I'm part of the family. We don't raise HOA dues just because, but the cost of living does go up, and we literally fight when we have to raise the fees even by $1, okay, per month. But we look at it very close. That's the last resort we go to get money. About David Coven Roundup, very true, we have to work on it, and same with Dick Rader. Having another scientific study is okay, but do we need to spend extra money when other people already have determined? And let the teams involved do their work, do their research, and come up with a viable, least expensive solution. Maxine, I like your idea of allowing people share rooms when they're in need. But then we need to involve social services or some other people to allow, to determine that they do really need to share rooms. Otherwise, I think we'll have a chaos in the community. That's just my way of thinking. Also, when directors respond, we should, one, look at time, and two, look at only answering the question, the topics raised to the forum, or response to the open forum speakers, not for in general thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Armendariz.
Thank you, Juanita. First item I'd like to comment on is Maxine's suggestion. And like Cash said, I think it deserves some consideration. It would be a problem to administer. So again, like Cash said, I think it would necessitate getting social services involved, because in order to deal with it, you're opening yourself up to a can of worms, because you have to be very careful that if you do allow it, it's warranted. So that's my response on that, and I hope we do discuss it in some future meetings and consider it. Regarding Roundup, the only thing I can say there is that there is no doubt we are dragging our feet, but we have had a change in the person that's heading our landscape department. So we have to give him a fair chance to progress with that issue. I know as a director, I will be checking all of the numbers. And so far, everything that I've received has had a lot of mistakes in it. So I'll be looking at that very carefully. I also believe that the majority of our directors do want to get rid of Roundup. And the cost factor is an important item that we have to consider. But again, where you can help us is to continue what you're doing and also get support from as many residents as you can. There's no better way for the directors to become convinced that, yes, we need to do something about this as soon as possible. Thank you.
Director Margolis.
I'd like to comment on Maxine's. I will be looking at reverse mortgages that we hold ourselves so that we can take care of these people, perhaps. And so that's one of the things I'd like to look into this year, so that these people do not have to leave, that we can give them a reverse mortgage and take care of them. And that would be, I think, a cleaner way to handle this. Thank you.
Director Blackwell.
I yield the first part of my time to Mr. Treasurer here for.
I like what Sue has come up with. However, I've already talked to NCB, which handles the mortgages here, and they cannot do that. They can't give us reverse mortgages here.
Co-op.
In a co-op. So then that would mean that we would have to set it up and enforce it ourselves, which I think would be a tremendous amount of work. And then you get into how do you prove somebody needs it and somebody that doesn't need it, and I think we're asking for trouble there.
Thank you. Director Blackwell.
Yes. We have started since before the reception of the petition, we began looking into the Roundup problem. And we have done a test of the non-toxic products recommended by these very people and their entities. We followed the advice of Irvine UCI. We followed the advice of Irvine, and we did a test for 100 days, and we came out with a result. During that time, we did not stop Roundup because we could not afford to do that. Now, we came to a conclusion on in order to finish the test, you have to use the same products you start with so that you know how effective they are. So we finished the test with the products we started with, and that is where the figures came from, was from the products we started with, the products we completed the test with. We could make no other analysis of any product we had not tested. In the meantime, other products came out, other mixes came out, and so on, and so it became evident that there was likely to be better products available very soon, if not now. So we began another test, which they are doing again for other products. to look for a cheaper product. This is the issue. Do we drive people out of their homes because people are afraid of Roundup now? Or do we do the best we can to be sure that we are not overcharging anyone and using a product that is not effective and very expensive? Or do we use the best product available? That remains to be seen. We are working on it. Nobody has been standing there or turning their back. People have been actively working on it. It has been a discussion for 6 months now. So we, like the other communities all over the USA, are working on it. We, like all the other communities across the USA, are trying to make a responsible decision. We think we have the goal in mind, and we would like to be able to meet it at a reasonable cost. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other directors. I have 2 comments. First of all, I have to weigh in on the Roundup. I think you all know that we would like to replace our use of Roundup with something else. You keep telling us, do the right thing. The right thing is considering all aspects of the situation and making a responsible decision. As your board of directors, that's what we're responsible for, the mutual, looking at all aspects and seeing what the best response is. So again, we plead for just a little more time and patience to let our landscape division finish. They're doing new testing. Third's doing testing. Even though they say they cut it out, they're also doing the testing. So we just need to look at all aspects and make sure. A knee-jerk, we're not going to use it anymore, is not the answer. So please be a little patient. I also wanted to speak to Maxine's suggestion, and Maxine, this is something that we have talked about. We are going to be bringing it up in our governing docs committee to see if we can change our co-occupant applications to include roommates. Right now, a co-occupant cannot have a tenant landlord relationship. No money can change hands. We understand the need. However, there's got to be things put in place. They have to be age qualified. We're not going to have under 55s running around as roommates. They have to have background checks. I mean, we have to take care of the village. We have to make sure that if we allow roommates, that we also have put into place the security that we need to do to protect our village. So again, it's a good idea. It's something that we're thinking about. It's something that Governing Docs is going to be going over. Don't expect a decision immediately, because there's so many aspects that we have to look at on this. But please let me assure you, it is something that we are looking at. Okay, we will go to B now. Director Margolis, would you do the follow-up from the January meeting? Thank you.
As Juanita mentioned, we understand there's others in the community who are interested in the same issues that were mentioned in last time, and we'll try to cover the answers to the questions posed at the last meeting but not answered during the meeting. Mary Ribando of 660D expressed her appreciation for the recent painting being done in the Gate 4 area and asked why the awnings were not painted at the same time. The response given after the meeting was the present policy of the mutual hasn't been not to include any alterations in our general maintenance tasks, and that the upkeep and maintenance of awnings are the solely responsibility of the owner. If you're further interested in this issue, the topic will be discussed at the next M&C meeting, which will be held on February 27th at 9 a.m. We have a feeling that we need to do something about this. Elaine Day of 487A was interested in having a 2-month or 60-day rental period in place of our 3-month period requirement. United Mutual minimum occupancy requirement of 90 days was established to avoid short-term rentals and vacation rentals. Any change to this policy by United would need to be suggested at Governing Docs Review Committee meeting. The Governing Docs Review Committee feels it thoroughly discussed at the time of the decision, so it will not be on their agenda. The next such meeting will be held on February 25th at 1:30 p.m. Finally, I'd like to say I know it's very frustrating that there can be no dialogue at these meetings, but it's due to time constraints. We rarely finish the business required by the Sterling Act in the time allocated. You are welcome to come to any committee meeting, and if you want to have a dialogue, there's the United Resident Advisory Committee meeting on February 14th at 4 p.m., and there we have dialogues. If you email Cash about the topic you would like to discuss, he will try to have the right people there so you can have a good dialogue. He can be reached at 949-217-1950 or at email cash334@gmail.com, and this is a place where dialogue can be held. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Margolis. We'll now go to item number 9 on our agenda, which is the report from VMS, and Director Rader will give that report this time. I'm going to say a couple words before you start.
Oh, sure.
I'm not sure everybody understands the relationship that we have. We have 3 members of the VMS board who are appointed by United. They are our representatives. They are here in the audience. They attend almost all of the meetings. They're an extension of our board. They're our voice on VMS, and they bring back to us what VMS is doing. Many of us attend the VMS meetings, but a lot of people don't. So it's important that the residents also know what is happening in VMS. And so I just wanted you to know that they're not just somebody out there. They are an extension of our board. Thank you, Dick.
Good morning. Well, I'll remove the veil that surrounds the VMS board meetings with my talk today. The VMS board is responsible for overseeing the VMS staff in terms of ensuring that we provide a safe and inviting work environment, that we're able to attract experienced, excellent employees, and that our staff is meeting the needs of the community in terms of service levels and the efficiency and effectiveness of their plans and ongoing programs. The VMS board meets at least twice monthly, and each of these meetings we receive a detailed report from one of the department heads. These reports review how these departments are addressing the strategic plans of the VMS board. Let's go over some highlights of 2 recent reports. The first one was given by Aline Paulin, the department head for the communications and marketing department. The strategic goal that was being addressed here is exemplary customer service, and what they've now instituted is a phone call, a welcoming phone call to all new residents, an invitation to attend new resident orientation. Again, to go to the strategic plan goal of providing exemplary customer service, they now established an automatic dialing of a phone call to all residents who receive home maintenance and asking them how well the service was provided. You will see that now we've instituted, or that department has instituted, communications to residents regarding safety and emergencies. And emergencies often occur through e-blasts or through telephone calls. Code Red. Code Red is to provide exemplary customer service and transparent communications. If you have not filled out the form, which would indicate your telephone number, email address, etc., I encourage everybody to do so. They received more than 3,000 forms. We have to get everybody involved because this is the way that you will be notified if there's an emergency in the community. One of the goals is to, of course, facilitate efficient operations. And towards this end, we encourage people to take advantage of the Dwelling Life software, which is on our community website. In this way, you can save time and money for the community by simply filling in the names of people that you want to invite through the gates, rather than calling up and having somebody have to personally type that stuff in. Also, providing transparent communications, one of our goals. The Communications Department now lists maintenance operations and landscaping schedules in both the Village Breeze and on the community website. And they've also reduced production costs for all of the various brochures that they're producing, and they're quite nicely done, as you can see here. One of the goals of that department is to reach out to those who don't have internet or computers. So what they're doing, for example, is the Blast and the Village Breeze are being delivered to the homes of people who, for example, use Meals on Wheels, etc. And they're doing other things in that regard. The other report was given by Betty Parker, the finance director. Here, the strategic plan, again, was to enhance customer service. And what they're going to be doing towards the end of March is to put on the website insurance information, like what do I do if there's damage to my manor, et cetera. To enhance operations and make them more efficient, they're instituting the use of credit cards. You will be able to pay for credit cards for assessments and chargeable services, if you wish. In order to increase efficient operations, what they've done is gone to the Southern California Edison, who, with the electric bills, they were sending in, for example, for United, 190 invoices a month that would have to be handled by a person or persons. And they've now reduced it to 9 a month. So you can see that they're working very hard to increase efficiencies. With regard to the golf operation inventory, they have new audit scanners, and that facilitates the inventory assessment. We're always concerned with being so-called employer of choice. One of the problems that currently occurs with the economic conditions that exist in the community is that there's very low unemployment, so it makes it very competitive to try to fill spaces, but we're working on that. And we've negotiated favorable union contract, which will allow more outsourcing. And one of the goals of the finance department is to institute a review on internal controls in coordination with the Select Audit Task Force. And these are the areas that will be affected. And the last thing I will show you is they're also looking at internal controls for where cash is being used. I hope is evident from this presentation that we have an exceptional staff who are excelling in increasing the service provided to our residents. They are doing this in a cost-effective manner, while at the same time enhancing the quality of life in our village. Under the guidance of our new CEO, President Jeffrey Parker, we will continue to expand on the progress that has been made thus far. Thank you.
Thank you, Dick. Excellent report. Director Akrakar, we don't.
I would, since Director Margolis put my name as the contact point for 9,100 people, I wouldn't want my cell phone to be jammed up. So would you please, I want to help in every which way, but please write me an email.
Yeah.
Because every night I do look at my email, but not necessarily my voicemail will take more than 15 calls, okay? Please, please, pretty please, call me as the last resort, but use my email first. Thank you.
Give your email address, Cash. Oh, she did, okay.
Address is CASH, just like money, 334 @gmail.com. Again, it's cash334 @gmail.com, and I'm here to help. Okay?
Thank you very much. All right. Thank you, Dick. Director Liberatore, you had a comment. We don't really comment on reports, but what?
Well, I just had a question for Dick Rader. And the question is about the contract. You know, in the contract, we don't guarantee these people 40 hours a week. And the rain event we had back in January, the middle of the week was Wednesday. I was going up Calle Aragon, and I saw two 12-passenger vans towing utility trailers with the paraphernalia for landscaping and two other white trucks. And I hope that VMS is watching to make sure we take advantage of the contract, which is a benign contract, and that is not to bring people in when we can't work. You know, leaves and grass lose their aerodynamic qualities when they're wet. So I hope staff is taking advantage of the fact when it is raining out to leave these people home.
All right. I might mention that Director Liberatore came to us from VMS, so you should know that we have a very extensive rain policy that takes effect and puts people doing one job that doesn't work in the rain over to another. I have to congratulate staff because with the rain events that we have been having, they have been doing double and triple duty. They have been here on weekends. They have been here evenings. They have been answering calls all over the village, not just in United, for problems that we've had because of the rain event. And I can't thank enough our staff for all that they have done during this unusual, we don't usually have big rain events like this. Okay, thank you, Dick.
Thank you.
All right, our next item on the agenda is our CEO report. It's going to be twofold. First of all, it is my pleasure to introduce, the board knows him, but our audience and our residents out there, Jeffrey Parker, who is our new CEO, and then the actual CEO report is going to be given by our COO, Siobhan Foster. So, Jeff?
President Skillman and members of the board and the audience, I just wanted to make a statement of thank you for your warm welcome, and I look forward to doing my best to facilitate operation changes and moving forward that are going to just enhance our ability to provide services to the community. I want to echo the fact that I think we have some excellent staff that are dedicated to doing just that. And I'm looking forward to meeting more of my staff members. Obviously, just in 7 days or 6 days now, it's getting my feet wet, but enjoying it very much and appreciate the warm welcome and look forward to doing our best to provide the great service to the community. And that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable President, members of the board. This morning, I'm pleased to give you an update on the gate security project. As you are aware, the gate security project involves the installation of access control equipment, cameras, and other security measures. Gates 2 and 8 are currently under construction, with Gate 2 being in United Mutual. Construction hours are 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday, and 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. on Saturdays. As this does close both gates, we want to mention that during Gate 2 construction, Gates 1 and 3 will be open 24 hours. Gate 2 pedestrian access will be available from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m., and Gate 4 exit only will have extended hours from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. Eastbound bus routes 1E, 2E, and 3E will return via Gate 1. During Gate 8 construction, Gate 7 and 10 will be open 24 hours. Gate 8 pedestrian and golf cart access will be available from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m., and bus routes will not be impacted. Maps are available at all gatehouses and resident services if that is helpful to any residents. We also want to mention that the Service Center Equestrian Gate, effective Monday, March 4th, will have new hours. This is the gate off of El Toro Road, and it's used by residents who usually have golf carts to visit the Stater Brothers Plaza and other destinations. The new hours for this gate will be 5 a.m. to 9:30 p.m. daily. The new hours provide enhanced overnight safety and help safeguard village vehicles and equipment by limiting access to the service center at nighttime hours. So again, that will be effective Monday, March 4th. We do want to remind everyone that new security measures are in place at the community center. Visitors to the second floor, compliance, and village television must check in at the lobby concierge desk. On the first floor, access to recreation services, social services, disaster preparedness, the boardroom, and other meeting rooms are open. And on the third floor, access to the computer laboratories and the table tennis room are also open at all times for our residents. We have a new social services team member that we wanted to introduce this morning. Kathy Villafana joined the social services program for the Friendly Visitors Program. Kathy trains active residents to become welcome companions to less active residents. Friendly visitors bring the community to the participants by providing social interaction, a visit to look forward to, and a time for laughter and sharing. Please join me in welcoming Kathy to our community. The movie night at the Performing Arts Center will be Monday, February 18th at 7:30 p.m. This month's showing features Mamma Mia, Here We Go Again. This stars Lily James and Meryl Streep, and no tickets are necessary for a complimentary movie and popcorn. Soda and snacks are available for purchase. The Recreation Division also wants to mention that the 2019 Oscars on the Big Screen event will be held Sunday, February 24th at 5 p.m. at the Performing Arts Center. This is to enjoy an evening of Hollywood glitz and glamour and watch to see who wins at the 2019 Oscars. Admission is free and refreshments are available for sale. Also, we want to remind our residents that this Monday, February 18th, is President's Day, so we will have holiday hours. The community center, this means the fitness center and table tennis room will be open from 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. on Monday. Recreation, the PC Learning Center, Mac Learning Center, and workshop will be closed. Resident services, the call center will be open from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. by calling 949-597-4600. The walk-in center will be closed. And transportation will be operating Dial-A-Ride on Monday, and rides can be scheduled up to and including Monday, subject to availability. That concludes my presentation this morning.
Thank you. Just gonna turn that back on. All right, now we get to item 11 on the agenda, which is the consent calendar. And as is documented on here, any item can be removed from the consent calendar by members of the board for further discussion. So I would entertain a motion right now to remove item 11C and move it over to item 14A when we get to the Finance Committee. May I have such a motion? Director Randazza. Is there a second? Cash, are you seconding? I saw your hand go up. All right. Yeah. It's been moved and seconded that we move item 11C to item 14A for further discussion. Yes, Director Armendariz.
Thank you, Juanita. I have two comments to make on this. First of all, I did some checking on this, and the meetings that we hold here are supposed to be conducted using Robert's rules. I couldn't find that in the bylaws or anywhere else, but I know we do apply them. We've had two motions come up for a vote now. And this keeps bothering me, so I thought I'd better bring it up. According to Robert's rules, the president is not allowed to vote. You know, we've had two motions now where the president has voted, according to Robert's rules. The only time the president can vote is in the event of a tie, to break a tie, or if the president can change the outcome. An example of that would be if you had all directors, 11 present, and 5 voted in favor of it, 4 voted against it, and 1 abstained. Then the president could vote against it and then cause a tie and not pass. So she changes the outcome. Those are the only 2 exceptions under Robert's rules in how we cast votes. And I've just seen 2 times now that we haven't followed Robert's rules, and we've had a number of meetings where we've been inconsistent in applying this. So I think we need to take care of that now. Mr. Parliamentarian, would you comment on that, please?
There is no hard and fast rule that a chair cannot vote on any amendment. Well, I've got it right here, and I'm telling you, there is no hard and fast rule about a chair not voting on something. It's recommended that the chair, to keep themselves objective, not to vote, so that he or he gives the opinion that they're being objective. There's no rule against them voting.
That's what it says in here.
No, it doesn't.
President cannot vote?
No, it doesn't.
Want me to read it to you?
Yeah.
All right, let's not get into a debate on this now. We are looking at moving an issue on the consent calendar. That is what the debate is about right now. Is there any discussion on moving item 11C to 14A?
Yes.
Let's vote on it.
All right.
Yes, I have a discussion on that. Again, we passed this motion in the last meeting, which was incorrect. Okay? So we need to rescind that passage. Because we have something in the minutes that's not only incorrect, but it's a lie. Nobody conformed to what was required in order to pass that resolution. Okay? So we also need to take care of that.
All right. Any other objections? Director Margolis.
I believe we should move it into new business instead of into committee reports because I believe it should be considered new business. I don't believe it's part of a committee report. So I would like to make it 13E.
Okay. So you would be amending the motion?
I would be amending the motion to move it into 13E instead of 14A.
All right, is there a second to that?
I'll second that.
All right. It's been moved and seconded that we amend the motion to move it from 11C instead of to 14A to 13E. Let's vote on the amendment.
I've made a request. Can I speak now?
On the amendment?
Yes, about procedure question.
No, that's not what we are
Procedure question.
discussing right now, Director Torn.
Procedural question overrides all the processes. Isn't that true?
The chair is in charge, and if you make a motion to proceed, there's already a motion on the floor. So that motion has to be dealt with first, and then you can make another motion.
So right now, we are looking just at the consent calendar and moving 11C to,
Director Amadeus has already raised the procedure issue earlier, and we didn't admit it. According to parliamentary, if it's a procedure issue raised before the second or move, that should be followed, correct?
he did not make a motion.
He was trying to make a motion but denied. So we have a lot of issue here that people trying to talk about the issues and then got denied and then later on said you didn't make a motion. So I question this at this point.
There is a motion.
Sorry, I'm talking right now.
There is a motion on the floor. That's what we are discussing now. The motion on the floor only. Let's get this out of the way, and then we can talk about something else. We have an amendment to the motion that was made by Director Randazza that we move 11C to 14A, and it was amended by Director Margolis that we move it to 13E instead. So the amendment to move it to 13E is what we are voting on right now. That is the motion on the floor. So if you would vote, and then we'll go back to the original motion. Okay.
I'm sorry, it looks like Carl's motion is on here. Does that count for Sue's?
Sue's amendment is what we are voting on right now, to move it to 13E instead of 14A. All right, the motion passes, the amendment passes, so we will go back to the original motion.
Yes.
Oh, it was an amendment to the original motion.
It's not an amendment, it replaces it.
Oh, a replacement, you're right, excuse me.
So we're done.
So we're done.
All right. So it will be moved to 13E. Let's see, to 13E. All right, Director Armendariz, do you have more to contribute? I have you on my request to speak.
You want to make a motion?
Are you
I
finished?
guess we can discuss that item on the 13E, whatever I
Right.
had to say about it. Okay,
Right,
I'll
so
wait
you're-
till then, thank you.
Okay. Director Torn?
I've already been denied to speak, so I have to withdraw.
Don't.
Director Liberatore? Right. Okay, and Director Margolis? You've already got that, all right. I'm sorry, my
Withdraw request.
screen is not up to date. Director Blackwell?
I move the amended
Consent
consent calendar.
Okay. Do I have a second to approve the amended consent calendar? Director Akrakar? Okay. All those in favor, please?
I have a request to comment.
Yes.
What is going to, excuse me, what is going to be done about correcting last month's approval that was totally incorrect?
It stands, we're going to have to go and
How are we going to correct that? We need to correct that.
It is what it is.
It was wrong. Nobody did that.
all right, all right.
No, no,
there's
no,
Nobody
no.
complied with that. It needs to be corrected.
I'd like to have Betty's input on that.
Wait a minute, so now we're no longer,
I can't speak for the board's actions on January 8th, but you did have a report of that meeting under agenda item 5A. And I think that review of 5A would have been the time to change the minutes if you felt they were inaccurate. I think you would have to add it as a future agenda item if you wanted to reopen that discussion.
Thank you. All right, we are voting on the consent calendar. Please vote.
It's amended, right?
Yeah.
yes. No, it's not a,
Okay, can we get the voting screens? There we go. Thank you.
I vote yes.
Okay. And just for the record, I will continue to vote on procedural items like this. Thank you. All right, the vote passes to approve the consent calendar, 9 with 1 abstention, Director Armendariz. All right, now we look at number 12, unfinished business. And 12A is entertaining a motion to adopt a payment plan agreement form for monetary penalties. And this was moved forward from our December meeting. Director Bassani?
Can we have the results shown on that screen? Because we cannot see the screen from here.
Okay, well, that's why I announced that it was passed with one abstention
Yeah, but
before.
in general,
I try to announce the vote, whether it passes and all those who abstained or voted against it.
is it not possible to see it over there?
I don't know that it's, can we put it up on the big screens, Cheryl? Well, I know, but he wants it over there because he can't see it there. Okay, all right, we'll try to put it up on the side screens for you. Thank you. All right, would you read the motion, please, Madam Secretary?
Resolution monetary penalties, fees, or chargeable services charges payment plan agreement. A member who is unable to timely pay monetary penalties or otherwise fines, fees, or chargeable services charges is entitled to make a written request for a payment plan to the board. For purposes of this resolution, monetary penalties shall mean pursuant to California Civil Code 5725. Fees and chargeable services shall have the meaning subscribed to each in the applicable work order and service agreement existing between the member and the mutual. Each request for a payment plan is approved or denied on a case-by-case basis after review by the Mutual Finance Committee. Monetary penalties, fees, and/or chargeable service charges payment plan agreement form is used to create an agreement between the member and the mutual. The Mutual Committee recommends a monetary penalties, fees, and/or chargeable services payment plan agreement form submitted by legal counsel to help reinforce collection activity that will occur if a member breaches the agreed-upon payment plan for unpaid monetary penalties or otherwise fines, fees, or chargeable services charges. And whereas the Mutual Finance Committee recommends recovering costs associated with monitoring a unit plan, including an administrative fee for every month the agreement is in effect, shall be added to the member's assessment account. Interest shall accrue on fees and chargeable services charges, if any, pursuant to the terms of the applicable work order or services agreement. No interest shall accrue on monetary penalties unless or until a judgment is obtained by the mutual for same. Now therefore be it resolved, February 12, 2019, the Board of Directors of this corporation hereby adopts the monetary penalties, fees, and chargeable services payment plan as attached to this corporate record, initiating an administrative fee of $25 per month and interest as allowed. And resolve further, the officers and agents of this corporation are hereby authorized on behalf of the corporation to carry out the purpose of this resolution. I move this resolution.
Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second.
Thank you, Gary. All right, now we're open for discussion, and I would like to remind everybody, this payment plan is for monetary penalties, fees, and chargeable services. It is not for assessments. Okay, any discussion? Director Margolis.
I believe we are a nonprofit organization, and I can't see why we're punishing residents for having problems paying their bills by price gouging them. Remember, these are our neighbors. If we can't sustain our current budget and need additional revenue, then let's raise the HO fees, not collect from individuals that are under stress. This would not be a great revenue generator anyway, and there's no need for a setup fee once to initialize a loan, but not an extra $25 a month. If we had the money in our coffers, we would get 2.5%. And we're asking them to pay 12% on this money. Finally, we most likely can place a lien on the matter, so we're assured to collect the money no matter what occurs in the future. These residents are coming to us planning to pay their fees. They're not asking us to forget about their fees or what they have. They want to stretch out the payments over time, not get out of the payment. And Maybe they have to cover their meds or eat. Remember, these are our neighbors. I don't understand why we've changed it from 10% to 12%. We charge them $25 a month to handle a check, and we're already getting 12% of their money. Thank you.
All right, Director Torn?
If I understand it correctly, this is not what we recommended earlier during the committee meeting. And page 5 of 6, agenda item 12A, the last whereas, the third line of that whereas, the last line, the last word, interest shall be accrued on fees and chargeable services charges. And I don't see any percentage of interest. So is that interest, how do we determine that interest? Who's going to determine it and how much it will be? This is not stated in there. I don't understand how to enforce this policy from the VMS point of view. And also on the next page, now where therefore be it resolved, initiating an administrative fee of $25 per month and interest. I thought our decision was $50 one time and.
That's
yeah,
the other
so-
one, that's for
okay.
assessments, that's not this one.
Okay, so there's issue that in the $25 per month and interest, I'm kind of, I really can't understand why do we want to punish people that are already in hardship. And I understand it's just if it's just a regular administrative cost, let's just absorb it ourselves. And rather than making sure that, I understand that there's a talk about this is the cost, this is the actual cost, okay? We are a nonprofit organization. We are supposed to take care of the residents. We are not in the cash cow business, trying to get as much as we can, high interest rate and $25 per month, trying to get as much as we can from those people that are in trouble. So I'm totally against it. Thank you.
All right, next is Gary.
This is in response to Sue and Andre. We have on our chargeable services, people who owe $13,000, $10,000, $8,200, $6,600. So to me, that's kind of, they're thumbing their nose at us. I just disagree with, we should just chalk it off to tough times.
All right, Director Armendariz.
Thank you, Juanita. I've had some more thought on this, and I tend to agree with both directors, Margolis and Torn. And that's that according to our policy that has been adopted for a number of years now, the rate that we're charging is 12%. And that's the maximum allowable under the Davis-Sterling Act. And at the same time we're doing that, we're earning a paltry 2% on our millions of dollars that we have in bonds. So on second thought, we are gouging our residents that basically are having a problem paying their bills. So it doesn't make any sense to me. I think we ought to send this back to committee, to Finance Committee, and we ought to look at our whole policy on interest rate charges, whether it's on this or the other item that we're going to consider when we go to item 13, let's see, 13C. This one in the documents, it doesn't even state the interest rate, whereas the other one does. And the other one was changed from what we had reviewed before, which is stated at 10%, and that has now been changed to 12% without any acknowledgement or information to the directors. We just happened to find that by reading this, 150-page document. So I think we ought to send this back to committee and have them take another look at it and take a look at our interest rate charge on all payment plans. Thank you.
Carl?
There were two of these items that were on last board meeting. One of them got sent back to committee because I specifically felt that when you are having assessments where you're not meeting, you're able to pay your assessments because you are having a tough time, okay, that $25 and the percentage was not very good, so I voted to take it back to committee, and it did, and we changed it to a setup fee only. In this particular case, however, as is indicated by Gary, this is for penalties and fees and chargeable services, and I've been on the discipline board, okay, whereby people come in and they disagree with us about the fact that they owe $2,000 because of a water intrusion event. And, you know, we can take these people to court or what have you, okay, but at that particular point in time, they will not pay it, and we're now $10,000, $2,000 in arrears, okay, and as a result of that, so I felt that this particular thing is a penalty as a result of the fact that they're not making that payment. The assessment, completely different story. These people basically get on hard times. These other people had a water intrusion event that possibly was their fault as a result of an alteration or what have you, and that's the reason why in most cases whereby we have to charge these people, because the alteration was done by them, and as a result of that, it was a water intrusion event costing thousands and thousands of dollars of damage for the person downstairs. So I didn't have a problem with this particular one because this particular case, this is a penalty, and the $25 was not an issue. As far as the interest rate is concerned, this one doesn't state a specific interest rate, and you're right, on the other one, we agreed that we were going to make it 10%, and when that one comes up, I'm going to say that we should bring it back to 10% because that's what we agreed to. But in this particular case here, this is as a result of a penalty and fines and chargeable services they're not paying because they feel that they don't owe it, and that's my particular point on it.
Maxine?
Oh, you didn't get mine?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I did. You've already spoken, Gary.
Yes, I'm pleased to see here on 5 of 6, the explanation of the monetary penalty and saying that it may not be characterized nor treated in the governing documents as an assessment. So people start getting confused, you know, geez, does this include my monthly assessments when I'm behind a month or something? No, it doesn't. And maybe, just for extra clarification, that could be stated where you have the word fees in parentheses, does not include monthly assessments. Maybe that would be helpful. I'm glad the two issues have been separated. That's very good. And I do have a little concern about the legal document here, copy on page 3 of 6, under 12A, 3 of 6. Now, this is a non-legal Maxine talking, so I'm looking at the second square down at the bottom where it says initial all, and you have a little box for your initials. I'm looking at the second one, the last sentence. The undersigned knowingly and voluntarily waives any and all claims against the mutual and its agents and attorneys, and the undersigned waives, and so forth and so forth and so forth. Kind of sounds like what we sign now in the doctor's office, you know, that we agree to bargaining arbitration if we're unhappy with medical service. We promise not to sue the doctor. Is this taking away some rights of the resident, or is it just a trade-off? That by you saying you won't go after them, we'll set up this payments option for you where you can get back on track. I just don't understand that. Thank you.
Okay. Maxine, I would call to your attention the first and second items under check 1, where it in bold says this will be in addition to regular monthly assessments. So we do call it out that this is not part of the assessment.
You're talking about the agreement form?
Yes.
Yes, no, on clarifying that monthly assessments are included, I meant on the resolution.
Okay, all right, well.
Thank you.
I'll go
No, I
first
just
or
thought
the
this,
other.
maybe we were expecting the resident to waive all rights. Is that waiving too many rights there down at the bottom?
And I'm sorry to say, most residents will not see or care to look at the resolution. They will look at the form that they sign, and
Probably
it's
so.
absolutely called out in that.
Thank you.
Okay, Director Blackwell?
I yield my time to Mr. Morrison.
Thank you. This is in response to Director Armendariz, and you made a statement that the chargeable services are by people who cannot afford them. So then, am I to assume that you did a study on this, or are you just making a statement?
All right, but this,
People are having financial problems. Say
Well-
they couldn't afford it? I didn't say they couldn't afford it.
No, no,
Those are your words.
all right, this is not time for
Don't twist my
debate.
words around,
I'm sorry.
please.
Yeah,
I wouldn't assume to try that.
all right, enough. Director Margolis?
What makes us think that these people that aren't paying now are going to pay when we get $25 and 12%? I mean, you're telling us that these people
Well, let
aren't
me
paying.
answer that really quickly. As it grows, because the fees and interest are attached to it, then it comes under our minimum where we can place a lien. We cannot place a lien on property to collect under a certain amount. And so it's important if they don't pay for months and months and months, that then we are able to place a lien.
But all the ones he quoted were already under a lien.
Under a lien. So we're not going to make a difference between those that are a big amount or a small amount.
Okay. I believe the ones in the small amount have a trouble paying.
Again, these are monetary penalties for not following rules. They are not a monthly assessment. Okay, I don't see, Director Torn, you wanted to speak again?
Yes, we have two sides of view of a dispute, okay, or the money owed the mutual. One side of view is they have the money, they don't want to pay, and we need to punish them. The other side of view is that they are in trouble. Maybe we need to give them a slack and just give them payment plan so they can pay it. So these are two sides of view. And I want the resident to understand that these are two different opinions on the board, and frequently they clash with each other. And it's up to the board to decide which side of view they want to follow, and whether that's convenient for the, eventually good for the board, or good for the mutual, good for the board, or whichever party that's really benefit. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Director Addington?
I might posit there's actually maybe a third point of view, and that is that I hate that word punishment, and I don't believe that's actually in the amendment or anywhere else. It's a fee.
Penalty.
It's not it's a penalty, it's not a punishment. But otherwise, if you don't have certain consequences of fill in the blank, not budgeting correctly, or, sometimes it is just really hard times. Other times it's, people don't have a problem using a credit card to buy things they can't afford for 18 and 20%. And so maybe they should think about chargeable services, whether that be damages that they've caused other people or stuff they've bought for their house, for fees that they've charged to the mutual, whatever it is, parking on the sidewalk, whatever it is. Because otherwise, it seems like other people get punished for living within their means and being cautious people. And some people definitely get into hard times, and I'm certainly compassionate with that. Otherwise, I would just like to add that third point of view to the mix. Thank you.
Thank you. Lastly, Director Armenteris, you wanted to make another comment?
Thank you, yes. I want to correct something that our president said. When I was on the finance committee last year, we had at least 3 situations where we had to write off accounts in the 20,000 plus range. And when I went to the closed session meetings, I asked about that, and I said, why aren't we leaning the property or their ownership of the certificate? And I was told that you could only do that with assessments. You could do that with chargeable services and other type items like that. So I did some research on it, and I came back and I said, well, why aren't we filing a suit, whether it's in small claims court or regular court, getting a judgment, and then filing a lien with that judgment? All of a sudden, they started doing more of that. So I want to clarify when you can and can't file a lien. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Director Armandaris. All right, we will now vote on the resolution for monetary penalties, fees, and chargeable services charges payment plan. Please vote on your screen. It's yours not working.
Not yet.
Yes.
Okay. All right, the resolution passes, 7 in favor, 4 against. The 4 against are Director Bastani, Director Torn, Director Armandaris, and Director Margolis. All right. We will go on to item 12B, and I will entertain a motion to adopt a resolution for revisions to open house and real estate uniform signage policy. The official notification was in January, and this complies with Civil Code 4360 of a 28-day member comment.
Real estate uniform signage policy, Resolution 01-1233, adopted February 14th, established the real estate uniform signage policy, and the signage policy is intended to improve the marketability of cooperatives and condominiums in Laguna Woods Village. United Mutual must update the real estate uniform signage policy to include real estate sign requirements to conform with State of California Bureau of Real Estate license disclosure requirements for advertising that went into effect on January 1st, 2018. CalBreeze new license disclosure requirements for advertising require all first point of contact solicitation materials to include the name and number of the licensee for both sales agents and brokers, the responsible broker's identity, the status of the agent as realtor or agent. The CalBreeze requirement applies to all types of advertising, including but not limited to for sale, open house, for lease, or directional signs, any other material designed to solicit the creation of a professional relationship between licensee and consumer. The Marketing and Communications Division has collaborated with Village Realtors to develop updated signs for real estate signs that incorporate the new CalBreeze requirements. And the responsibility for compliance with the law lies with the real estate agents. The Marketing and Communications Division, working with the real estate agents, leveraged this opportunity to modernize the look and visibility of village real estate signage. And on November 19, 2018, GRF Media and Communications Committee reviewed and unanimously approved the updated real estate sign designs and recommended that the boards of directors for Golden Rain Foundation, Third Mutual, and United Mutual adopt resolutions requiring the use of the updated real estate signs as soon as possible. Now, therefore, be resolved February 12, The Board of Directors of the corporation hereby adopts the resolution requiring the use of the updated real estate designs beginning on May 1st and adopts the following updated real estate uniform signage policy. Use of the real estate signage is contained in Attachment 1, open house and directional signs as listed, 2 through 7. Any street intersection or cul-de-sac entrance, there may be no more than one directional sign pointing in any one direction, and total 4 total direction signs regardless of the number of open houses in the vicinity. That one sign gets you pointed down in that direction. For sale signs, 10, 11, and 12, other 13, 14, and 15. Resolve further that members selling their properties for sale by owners shall be required to comply with the same guidelines as real estate agents, and resolve further that Resolution 11233, adopted February 14, 2012, is hereby superseded in its entirety and no longer in effect. Resolve further that Resolution 010648, adopted June 13, 2006, is hereby superseded in its entirety and is no longer in effect. Resolve further, the officers and agents of this corporation are hereby authorized on behalf of the corporation to carry out the purpose of this resolution. I move this resolution.
Do I have a second? Elsie, thank you. It's been moved and seconded that we adopt the established real estate uniform signage policy developed by the Marketing and Communications Department. Is there any discussion? I have one speaker, Director Ackroyd.
Well, I am voting against the resolution, and I urge all you guys to do the same. I've been a realtor for over 30 years, and my reasons are as follows. Laguna Woods depends on realtors as the only channel for resale of our homes. We are unlike other cities which also have new constructions. The open house sign and materials is inadequately controlled for no rhyme or reason. For instance, the smaller of the 6 square foot or 20% of window area means to me that the smaller of the two will be selected. If the window is 3 foot by 4 foot, that translates 20% to approximately 2 square feet, which is not big enough to see. The open house sign will be almost invisible. We have 3 entrances to our community, gate 1, 2, and 3. I'm discounting right now our locality in gate 5. Every realtor needs to bring clients from the gate to their doorstep following direction signs. Page 2 of item 8A allows only one direction sign, and 8B restricts a total of 8 directional signs, regardless of how many open houses. Now, each realtor puts his own sign up there. Last Sunday, there were 7 signs at the intersection of Sevilla and Cayaragan. That means there were 7 realtors interested in selling our property. Now, if we enforce this 8B, then only 4 realtors will have a chance to sell that weekend. Now, someone, when I suggested this, said that maybe the other realtors can put the sign half a mile or at another intersection. But what if that realtor who has a sign at that intersection is all done with his open house? He gets a client, and the client says, I like it, I want to write an offer. He moves quickly, gets the signs out, and the poor guy who has his sign half a mile does not get anybody to show up because there's no direction to him. Third, RSS, or the Real Estate Signs and Supplies, is the only place signs can be purchased. This is, I understand, for sake of safeguarding our logo, but this is creating an unfair monopoly. Why are we restricting when no other cities much cleaner, much bigger, like Irvine and Aliso Viejo and Newport Beach, then Laguna Woods Village don't restrict to use such unfair practice. Why do we need our logo on real estate signs anyway? Is having our logo going to improve marketability or aesthetic? No. We are shooting ourselves in the foot by restricting our realtors with fruitless demands such as this. I do have more points, and I would beg more time. Number 4, maximum of one for sale sign against restricts exposure of some homes which could use signs in their front door window and their balcony in the back, because that is visible to people from that side as well. Why are we restricting the realtors to put only one sign? I don't understand. This is not going to change the aesthetic of the community. Next point, FSBOs, or for sale by owners, should be allowed to continue using store-available signs, like Home Depot sells these signs. Why are we making them buy expensive signs? Some of these signs cost like $150, $200. Why make them buy those signs just for that one sale of their home? It's not fair. Next, marketing and communication collaborated with local realtors who obviously don't want competition from out-of-area realtors, real estate companies, and made the rules to restrict this signage. Local realtor companies make numerous sales in our town and can then purchase special signs which by no means are cheap. The outside real estate agents who have onesie-twosie sales here, we are forcing them to buy these signs just for that onesie-twosie sale or stay out of our community.
All right, Dr.
In short, we are
Director Akrakar,
restricting
you
them
have greatly
from,
exceeded your
please
3-month time.
listen to me and get
All right.
no against this proposal.
We understand that you are not in favor of this. All right, Director Blackwell.
Thank you. Reading number 6 on page 9 of 12. At the entrance to or anywhere within a cul-de-sac, a maximum of 3 open house signs per manor may be placed. Sorry. And number 12, a maximum of 1 for sale, for lease, or for rent sign may be placed at a manor. It may be in a window, on a gate, or on a post placed within 1 foot of the building. Signs are not allowed on balcony or stairway railings. So you have a choice. You are not forced to put it in a window. You may put it in a window. You may put it elsewhere. Thank you.
Director Torn.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this issue. Real estate uniform signage policy. Have we collect input from the real estate agent and what they think about this? And I see that Director Akrakar is expert, has interest in this real estate business. So I would take his words as a reflection of the real estate agent. But my question is, do we make up this policy among our board members, or do we have an input from the real estate agent to see if it's feasible or not, what kind of issues they will run into? If they all agree with this one, I have no problem voting for that. But if they have difficulties, that will reduce the sales rate from our community, and that may cause further drop in price. I think we have already had a lot of rules. If we compare the price from United to Third, United is way below the Third price. We need to loosen some rules to increase the property value of this community. Thank you.
Director Torn, I call your attention to the last paragraph on page 8 of 12. There was, the Marketing Communication Division worked with the real estate agents. They did have a group. I'd like to call our Director, Eileen Pollen, up to speak to this, please. This was not done by staff without input.
So is that based on their agreement?
Yes.
First thing I want to point out, which I pointed out last week as well, there's absolutely only one change in what you're reading here, and that is that we're upgrading the sign. Our realtors are already required to be using uniform signs. All of the directional rules that you're reading, all the placement rules, go back to the 2006 resolution. The only thing that changed is we're requiring them to have their broker number in to comply with the California Board of Real Estate. That's the only thing that's changing. So there's been a lot of misunderstanding about this. It probably should have been one of the easiest resolutions for us to pass, but I think there's a misunderstanding that we're changing a whole lot of rules. Nothing is worded any differently, except we're telling them that they have to make sure that they comply with the California Board of Real Estate. The sizes are the same. The directional indications are the same. GRF's resolution is a little different because we do have some special rules for them as well. They can place those directionals on GRF property. This is just pertaining to United in this particular resolution. But we were actually asked by realtors to do this. We'd received quite a few complaints that people were no longer conforming with the laws, the rules. I started getting pictures that almost look like circus tents, you know, on a Sunday morning with pennants and balloons, and those are all against our regulations, and they have been for many, many years. So I just want to make sure that you understand that. That's the reason, and yes, we did. We've put together a couple of committees between ourselves and Pam Bashline's group and Siobhan and I, working with realtors on all of the things that we're doing to get their input. So we did meet with them. They looked at quite a few designs. This is what they chose.
And third?
Can I answer any more questions? Third, same thing.
Okay, yeah, it's uniform in the village.
Yeah.
All right, Director Margolis?
There is one change you did make, and you did make it that this company was the one that you had to buy your sign from, because the other one said that they were available by this company, and this one says you need to buy it from this company. And I think I don't know why we made that change to make it one company only. It was stated before that they were available through this company.
Well, we communicated this in the past, and this is before my time, but where rather than hand the resolutions to the realtors that can be quite confusing, we hand them a policy, which is a translation. And we have referred all realtors, the policies that I all reviewed, revert to this particular sign company. We asked realtors, and their reply was, it's the only game in town. It's the only place we go. They only do real estate signs. And so in the interest of some concerns that came from the Media and Communication Committee about protecting our trademark, making sure it didn't get warped, that the PMS colors weren't matched differently, we did stay with that. And I think Pam can back me up that it's been the company that our realtors have been using since anybody can remember. And I have spoken with them, and they are an exclusive real estate sign company. So it's their niche.
Okay, thank you.
We also spoke to an attorney about it. I don't know if that came about, just to make sure. We did.
Yes.
And he basically said it's the same thing as we send our residents to Vista Paint because they have our paint colors. It's basically the same thing. It's not a monopoly. Just so you know.
All right, Mary Stone? I have to go everybody else first, and then we can come back to somebody who's already spoken.
Okay. In the second paragraph, the whereas, it says, improve the marketability of cooperatives and condos. I don't know whether we have to have the condos in that line because this policy is for United only, I'm assuming. And because the condos will take care of their own. Now, these signs must meet and conform with the State of California Bureau of Real Estate license disclosure requirements for advertising. It seems to me that we've gone into a lot of details when maybe we should simply say, hey, meet the requirements from, the state. And the other thing that, that I'm kind of concerned about is GRF-approved colors. This is our policy, and do we have to adhere to?
We're on that committee.
Oh, okay, great. The other thing is, and other, number 13, I think it would be very easy to just say, realtors may purchase the signs from RESS, not shall, because by taking the shall out, if they're the only game in town, we don't have to dictate, just say they may purchase them there. That's the suggestion, and leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Bellner.
Ron Bellner, 203C. I want to correct a statement. We are private property. We are not a city. Laguna Woods Village is not a city. The cities can make their rules because they have all kinds of areas. But because we are a private community enclosed, the board does have the authority to set up the rules of what signage looks like within the village. Last month, I mentioned to you that one agent put a sign outside of Gate 2 as you came in. That same agent put a sign at every cul-de-sac down Estrada to Aragon, and also from Gate 3 put one outside to Aragon, and then all the way up Aragon, and including from Gate 1. She had 18 different signs up to come to this one location. Month before that, one individual put signs at all the cul-de-sacs with balloons, and in some cases, American flags. We do need some rules on this. These are the rules that have been in here. When I was on the board, starting in 2008, they were already in at that time. People need one sign. Now, there was a question about raising the prices. The average square footage of United ranges from about 750 to 1,150 square feet. In Third, it ranges from 800 to 2,800 square feet. So there's a big difference when you buy in Third. You're buying a condo which gives you a title, so you can sell them for more money. Our units were all built between 1964 and 1968, and we don't have some of the upgrades that they had built into them when they were started in 68. So we have to consider that. People pay by location. If you talk to a real estate agent, they say location, location, location. That is what people buy. We have people moving in here who don't even live in here. They buy because they want all of the facilities that we have. Near me, there was a gentleman who has a $3 million home in Tustin, but he didn't like the prices of golfing out there. So he took a United unit and never one day lived in there. And we have a couple like that. People move where they want to move, and we have about 22% of this community that is still working full-time that just made the age requirements and are living here. The signage is important, but we have to control them, because on one day, there were 8 signs on Avenida Mallorca and Estrada pointing in the same direction. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll go back to Director Akrakar.
Thank you, Director Bellner. You have a good point, but I think we should recommend that realtor who put 18 signs because he's working really hard to sell that unit, okay? Every sign you see at an intersection is by one realtor, not by, all the signs are not by the same realtor. So there are 8 guys trying to sell their own listing. So we should not hold them back. That's not fair. We need to get them to do their trade. They're working hard to get their money. Also, I would like to comment for Ms. Pauline. The previous resolution that we are trying to correct has no mention, the 10111-229 does not have this page 9, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 13, 14, 15 items listed there. All these are what I'm against. I'm not trying to say that, hey, we don't need uniformity. We should have uniformity. But like restricting balloons and flags, I can understand. But let the realtors put 18 signs if they want to put 18 signs, as long as they don't put more than one at one intersection. Okay?
You realize this is actually two resolutions that we're consolidating. They're both quite old. We're just consolidating them.
One
So
from
again,
2006, 112.
we're not proposing any rules that don't already exist. So
All these were
what
not in
you're
the
talking,
previous.
no, those are a resolution that until you vote to rescind by this updated are in place right now.
That they're not in 11 to 9.
But they're in
None of them.
another resolution.
Which one? 11, 12, 33?
They should both be there.
They're not in there either.
Right here. It's
They're not there either.
resolution.
I don't have my
One
packet.
from 2006 and one from 2012.
Yes,
And they
they're
are
not in
listed.
there either.
Where?
We do not have all these items. Maximum 3 signs, yes, I understand, but now we are restricting people from putting only one sign in their condo, if they are in their unit. If it is visible from street as well as from the front, why not let them have 2 signs? One
You
up
know,
front, one in the back.
I
But this
guess I
one
would
restricted.
say we'd have to put that back to you. If you want
I
to go,
think-
back and revisit this, it's up to you. We're,
This
again, we were
resol-
simply taking current resolution, updating it to make sure that we were complying with
Well,
the new law.
Right,
This was passed when I was not here. I was on
That's
vacation.
fine. Well, one more, Director Torn, you had one more comment?
My time?
Yes.
Okay. As far as one sign company, I understand there is only one guy in the town, so right now it makes no difference. But in the future, if there's another one available, there's a competition, we will not be able to choose the competition, which is the same product, if they can produce the same product. So I will urge that we change that to selectively or optionally available rather than you have to use that one. That's my biggest concern. And as far as this is several resolutions roll into one, I'm looking at this new resolution, proposed resolution here, it mentioned only one, so I'm a little bit confused. Where do the other come from? And I see there are 2 of them before this one. So I thought there's only one override, and if that's the case, then there's a quite big difference there. So maybe we should change and say, okay, these are all the resolutions rolled into one. That will definitely help out. And also, question about, we understand there are exceptions. People don't like to follow the rules. Let's punish the person that don't follow the rules rather than punish everybody else. I'm not sure if this is convenient for everybody else to have this kind of rule. I think that real estate I put on 18 signs, my guess is a new real estate agent, and he or she is new in this business and not realizing that. So that will be, we can slap his or her hands. I have no doubt about that. But there's no need to punish everybody with this kind of, that's the concern I have, is we seems to have a tendency to punish everybody because of one. That's something that we probably need to be careful about it. Thank you.
All right, I'll call for the vote. This is a vote to adopt Resolution 0119XX, the real estate uniform signage policy. The motion was made by Maggie and seconded by Elsie, and if you would please vote.
Yes.
Okay, who am I missing?
Manuel.
Oh, okay, all right. The resolution passes with 6 yeses, 3 noes, and 1 abstention. Voting no were Director Torn, Director Akrakar, and Director Margolis, and abstaining is Director Bastani. Okay. Next, we have 12C. I'll entertain a motion to adopt a resolution for revisions to Architectural Standard 22 on patio slabs. Madam Secretary?
Architectural Standards and Controls Committee recognizes the need to amend alteration standards and create new alteration standards. It recognizes the need to create alteration standard 22 patio slabs. Now therefore be it resolved, February 12, 2019, that the Board of Directors of this corporation hereby adopts revisions to Alteration Standard 22 patio slabs attached as part of the official minutes of this meeting. Resolved further that Resolution U 9662, adopted May 1996, is hereby superseded and canceled, and further that the officers and agents of this corporation are hereby authorized on behalf of the corporation to carry out this resolution as written. I move this resolution.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, thank you, Carl. Is there any discussion? Okay, seeing none, I'd ask you to vote, please, on Resolution 0119XX, Alteration Standard Revision on 22 on patio slabs. Okay, I
9-0 with Armendariz out of.
All right. Passes unanimously. All right, next we have item 12D, which is a motion to adopt a resolution for revisions to Architectural Standard 25 on tubular skylight installations. Would you read that, please?
Alteration Standard 25 tubular skylight installation. Architectural Control and Standards Committee recognizes the need to amend alteration standards and create new alteration standards as necessary. It recognizes the need to create Alteration Standard 25 tubular skylight installation. Now therefore be it resolved February 12, 2019, that the Board of Directors of this corporation hereby adopts the revisions to Alteration Standard 25 tubular skylight installation attached as part of the official minutes of this meeting. Resolved for the Resolution 011104 adopted September 2013 is hereby superseded and canceled, and resolved that the officers and agents of this corporation are hereby authorized on behalf of the corporation to carry out this resolution as written. I move this resolution.
Do I have a second? Thank you, Carl. It's been moved and seconded that we adopt the resolution 119XX on the Alteration Standard 25 on tubular skylight installation. Are there any comments? All right, then I ask you to vote. All right. Director Armendariz is back, so we're still only 10. Who are we missing?
Bastani. Okay.
All right, the motion passes. 10 in favor, 1 against. Director Bastani. All right, our next one is 12E. A motion to adopt a resolution to rescind Architectural Standard 26 solariums and garden rooms. And this is to rescind, not to amend. So
Resolution Standard 26, solariums and garden rooms. The Architectural and Control and Standards Committee recognizes the need to amend alteration standards and create a rescind alteration standards as necessary. Due to the decrease in popularity of solariums in general, Standard 26 should be rescinded in its entirety. Now therefore be it resolved, February 12, 2019, the corporation hereby rescinds Resolution 002-109, adopted August 13, 2002. And resolved further, the officers or agents of this corporation are hereby authorized on behalf of the corporation to carry out this resolution as written. I move this resolution.
Do I have a second? Thank you, Carl. It's been moved and seconded that we rescind Standard 26 solariums and garden rooms. And I just might make the comment, should, in the future, somebody come up with a request for a solarium or a garden room, it would go through our variance policy instead of a standard. All right, would you please vote? Oh, I'm sorry, I don't. All right. Got that. Okay. Director Akukar.
Since we already have this resolution in place and it's sitting someplace on the computer, why eliminate it? If some person wants to use a solarium, then he will have to go through the process of revisiting the whole scenario and opening up a variance process, and it's a longer route. Why not just leave it where it is instead of taking it out of the books, per se?
All right.
Just a thought.
Thank you for your comment. All right, please vote. All right, the resolution somebody changed their vote, okay. We have 5 in favor, 2 noes, and 4 abstentions. Abstentions count 4 yeses. Is that correct, Mr. Parliamentarian?
No.
No.
No, they
There's
do not.
noes? So does this motion pass or not?
Yes. 5, no. 2, no.
The abstentions here.
Immaterial, it's,
All right, it fails. 5, 2, and 4. So the standard will stay in place. Okay, our next one is 12F. A motion to approve a resolution to revise the alteration inspection fees. Read that, please.
wait a minute.
12F.
Thanks, Gary. Whereas alteration requests require significant administrative time for proper processing, including research, report preparation, and presentation to the appropriate committee and the board, in order to offset administrative costs associated with processing alterations requests, staff has determined it is necessary to update the mutual consent processing fee and the inspection fees to reflect the increased administrative costs. And whereas the mutual currently charges a $35 fee for a mutual consent and a $150 fee for a variance to offset administrative costs associated with processing these requests, and whereas the mutual also currently charges a fee on a sliding scale for alterations meeting certain criteria, whereas the board determined the fee should be non-refundable, now therefore be it resolved February 12, 2019, that the partially offset administrative costs associated with the processing alteration requests, the Board of Directors of the corporation hereby sets the alteration and inspection fees as attached to the official minutes of the meeting. Further resolve, Resolution 01-17-149, adopted December 12, 2017, hereby superseded and canceled, that the officers and or agents of this corporation are hereby authorized on behalf of the corporation to carry out this resolution. I move this resolution.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded that we approve the resolution, alteration purchasing fee policy, which is on page 7 of 8, the updated fee schedule. Any requests to speak? There we go. Director Randazzo.
So with regard to the previous item, it failed, but there was a really good reason at the alterations committee as to why we felt that that game needed to go. I feel that in this particular case, before we take the same tack, I think Kurt needs to explain the fact of what these increases actually are, because they're not totally increases. He redistributed the fees. Could you please talk to that, please?
Good morning, or good afternoon.
Nope, still morning.
It's tomorrow.
What we have done is we have evaluated the costs by the entire department and taken a look at what we spend on mostly administrative. What we do is mostly administrative. And we've taken a look at the fees that we charge. If you remember, we revised these fees last year. They had been very low, like mutual consent fee had been $10. To get it up to where we needed it to be was too big a jump in 1 year. So at the time, we all decided to do it in phases. And this is the second phase. We are just, the only things that we are increasing on this one is the mutual consent fee from $35 to $50, which is just a $15 increase, which will cover some of our administrative costs. I understand that United has a shared cost concept here. These are costs that are pertaining to people that are just altering their manners, increasing the value of their manners, and increasing administrative costs that we as Mutual bear in that account. So what we are looking at is just raising the mutual consent fee from $35 to $50. And if you look at page 5 of 8 of 12F, you can see where the main increase is, and that would only affect those people doing large alterations. The main change in this, what we have done is we had a long spread of values. What we have done is reduce those values to be more practical and added more to the top. So the only real increase that people will see, significant increase, is those people performing alterations of value more than $8,000. We capped it at 10, but like I said, the big increase here is people that are doing those big alterations, which require a lot of staff time. We review all their plans, often multiple times to get them right. We walk them through the process. We spend multiple hours with people on these large alterations to get them right. So that's where most of this fee is going, this increase in the fee. And as you can see from page 6 of 8, we are not covering all of the costs. The shared cost concept is still there for a lot of the administrative duties that this section handles. We're just increasing the fees for those specifically doing the difficult, bigger alterations. Does anybody have any questions?
Thank you.
All right, Director Akrakar.
I think you've done a wonderful job here, really good. I like it. Thank you.
All right, would you vote, please, on approving the alteration processing fee policy?
Director Liberatore.
All right. The motion passes with 8 yeses and 3 noes by Director Bastani, Director Torn, and Director Armandaris, and no abstentions. So it's 8-3. All right, last but not least, under the old business, we have a motion to approve a resolution to make the alterations conformance deposit permanent. This was first read in January and has satisfied Civil Code 4360 for the 28-day notification. Madam Secretary.
Whereas in order to partially offset mutual costs associated with contractors and residents performing alterations that have damaged mutual property or violated mutual policies, such as illegally throwing away construction debris in the mutual dumpster or not using the proper protocol for regulated materials, and whereas the mutual desires to end the one-year pilot program and establish a permanent refundable conformance deposit for mutual consents and variance requests for alterations. A fee will be required for all construction with a value of $500 or greater, and it will be refundable given that the contractor or resident performing the alteration conforms to all mutual rules and standards. Now therefore be it resolved February 12, 2019, in order to partially further offset mutual costs associated with contractors and residents performing alterations to their units, the Board of Directors of this corporation hereby sets a conformance deposit fee at $250, and resolve further that the officers and agents of this corporation are hereby authorized on behalf of the corporation to carry out the purpose of this resolution. I move this resolution.
Second. Okay. It's been moved and seconded that we pass the resolution on the proposed conformance deposit, which has been on a pilot project, and establish it as a permanent refundable deposit. Let's see. Director Randazzo?
Yeah, and this one also, I just want to make mention of the fact, and Juanita mentioned it also, this is a refundable deposit. If the construction contractor does everything by the rules and doesn't make a mess and all the things that are specifically associated with it, they get the $250 back. So it's just a matter of a holding type of thing. We're holding $250 from them. And, but some people have a tendency of violating rules or doing things or doing damage to mutual property and what have you, and as a result of that, they don't get their $250 back. So keep that in mind.
Next, we have Director Torn.
I feel that this resolution is not enforceable. First, on the now therefore be it resolved, the last line hereby sets the conformance deposit fee at $250. Is that also with the value of $500 or more? It seems like it is, okay? So we assume that still remain the same. The second, the reason I think it's unenforceable is you're gonna see a lot of people, I don't know how many, during that pilot period, what's the percentage increase of all the alterations under $500? I would assume that everybody will be, you will see a lot of under $500 there. And only the refund is to people that violate the rule.
That do not violate the rules.
Only if they don't, if they are not caught by violating the rule. And I would think there will be a lot of midnight activities over there. So I'm not sure whether this is enforceable or not. How do we enforce it? And we put undue burden on the VMS.
Inspections. All right, may I ask, Kurt, could you speak to that, please?
This policy has been in place as a pilot program for a year. As far as Director Torn's request, question about how many we get under $500, very, very few. If you look at the list of items, which I can get to you, that require a mutual consent, almost all of them, 201, are over $500. So there's very few. And if somebody comes in and gives us, we know what we're doing. Someone gives us a quote and says they're going to have lighting installed in their house for $400, we all know that's not true. So we ask for quotes to back that up. So this has been successful. We've gotten over, since we implemented it, we have, out of all the active permits in there, I think we have 68% compliance with this policy. It's been very successful. We have refunded, like I said, 68% of those that we've gotten, and a lot of the ones that we haven't returned yet are still in process. So it's been very effective.
Okay, would you speak to the enforcement?
Oh, what the process we do is when someone comes in to get their $250 deposit back, we check with compliance, we check with security to make sure that they have not violated any of our rules and are not coming up for a disciplinary hearing. And if they are, then their money is not refunded, and that money goes towards whatever fine is incurred upon them in the disciplinary hearing.
Thank you. All right, Director Akrakar.
I think this is another fine work Kurt has done in the last year and a half that I know. What it does is it makes sure that the final inspection is done, because then we are aware that this thing is complete. And sometimes the contractors sidetrack and don't do right things, and those kind of things are found in the final inspection. So I think this is a very good policy. We should adopt it. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other comments, so please can we vote on the proposed conformance deposit, making it a permanent refundable deposit? All right, it passes with 10 yes votes and 1 no vote by Director Armendariz. So it's 10-1-0. All right, thank you. Now we go to new business. Item 13 on our agenda, 13A, entertain a motion to introduce a resolution for alteration standard plan policy. This is a first reading of the motion that then must be postponed for 28 days for member review to comply with Civil Code 4360. Would you read the proposed resolution, please?
Standard Plan Review Policy. The village has 248 previously approved standard plans available for members to use for alterations with an over-the-counter mutual consent without having to use the variance process or need further board approval. The Architecture and Controls and Standards Committee reviews numerous variance requests from members proposing to make alterations using a previously approved standard plan with minor variations. Whereas current policy requires all variations from the standard plan to be reviewed by the committee, whereas the committee desires to simplify the approval process for alterations and minimize the time for review of these alterations, and whereas the committee directed staff to create a policy pertaining to minor revisions to standard plans for members who are proposing to perform alterations in their units using a previously approved standard plan. Now, therefore, be it resolved, February 12, 2019, Board of Directors introduces a standard plan review policy. Resolved, further architectural drawings shall be provided for all revisions to standard plans to the Alterations Department Office for review and to determine if they meet the intent of this policy, including but not limited to closets, windows, door style, or placement. Resolved, further, staff shall thoroughly review the submitted drawings. If staff determines the proposed alteration does not affect load-bearing walls or alter the purpose of rooms as depicted on the standard plan, meets the intent of the policy, and conforms to all pertinent alteration policies, staff may issue a mutual consent. Resolved further that staff, if staff determines the proposed alteration does not meet the intent of this policy, and the member desires to pursue the proposed alteration, staff shall process the request as a variance for review by the committee, and resolve further all proposals for revisions that are not considered minor or alter the exterior aesthetics of the unit shall require board approval via the variance process, and resolve further that the officers and agents of this corporation are hereby authorized on behalf of the corporation to carry out the purpose of this resolution. This will be put over for 28 days. I move this resolution.
All right, what we're doing is voting on the first reading to move it forward to our March 12th meeting. I'm not sure, I see Jeff sitting in the background there too. In the resolution, do we need to use the March date and not the February date? Because all we're voting on at the February meeting is to move it forward. So, okay, he's nodding. So, Madam Secretary, it should be a March date on the therefore be it resolved, and not the February date.
Okay, March.
The resolution now reads, now therefore be it resolved, February 12th introduces.
Right. Introduce, that's true, so
Okay,
that
I'm
is
sorry.
here.
You're right.
We resolved to
As
introduce
usual,
it,
Mary
yes.
catches us. It's not doing the resolution, it's introducing it. That's very important. All right, are there any speakers on this? I see none, so would you vote, please?
No.
All
I
right,
have a
you're,
question.
you didn't. All right, I will allow it, Director Bastani, you had something to say?
Yeah, it says over here, resolve further. This must be in addition to standard plans. What are the standard plans? Can they just clarify that?
Kurt?
Didn't we just vote in 102 standard?
For clarification, there's 248 standard plans. These are architectural drawings that were drawn
It
by a
says
company
in the
architect back in the 70s. They lay out everything an architectural drawing would. We just use them as guides these days because they don't conform to normal codes. What this policy presents is those are very specific, such as we're all familiar with atrium enclosures. Those standards, the standard for atrium enclosures calls for leaving the sliding glass door to the bedroom. If somebody wants to put in a French door, that's an alteration to the standard plan. And without this policy, staff cannot approve that change. That would go as a variance. This policy allows staff to make that change, allow an interior door to change from a sliding glass door to a French door, or from a window to a door. Those minor changes are prohibited now, but this policy would allow those minor changes to be made by staff.
Okay, thank you.
All right, it's been moved by Maggie and seconded by Cash. Alterations, all right, everybody vote, please. All right, it's unanimous, 11 votes in favor. All right. 0. Now we go to 13B, entertain a motion to introduce a resolution to amend the care provider policy and change the name to private caregiver policy. This is being introduced and would be postponed for 28 days for member review to comply with the Civil Code. Madam Secretary, would you read that, please?
Whereas staff has recommended enhancements to the existing care provider policy, the private care provider policy will encompass part-time and long-term caregivers whenever scheduled day or night, and whereas the private caregiver policy addresses caregivers irrespective of whether they are paid or not paid, now therefore be it resolved February 12, 2019, that the Board of Directors of this corporation hereby introduces the care provider policy and renames it private caregiver policy as attached to the official minutes of this meeting. Further resolved Resolution 01-1728, adopted February 14, 2017, is hereby superseded in council, and resolved further that the officers and agents of this corporation are hereby authorized on behalf of the corporation to carry out this resolution as written.
All right, do I have a motion to approve this?
I'll make.
Gary, is there a second? All right. It's been moved and seconded that we adopt the new private caregiver policy. I'll open it to discussion. All right, Director Blackwell?
Rita, I have a question. What's the difference between?
Director, okay, can you press your button to speak, and I will call on you in turn to ask your question. Thank you.
Thank you. I would urge a no vote on this. With this wording and with these changes from 2017, we are not following Civil Code Section 51.3, which states, permitted healthcare resident. I'm speaking specifically to live-ins. My concern is with live-ins, particularly underage limited live-ins. Permitted healthcare resident means a person hired to prove live-in, long-term and terminal healthcare to a qualifying resident or a family member of the qualifying resident providing that care. For the purpose of this section, the care provided by a permitted healthcare resident must be substantial in nature and must provide either assistance with necessary daily activities or medical treatment or both. The current plan requires no verification of need by any physician or anyone whatsoever. It requires no duties to be performed. It requires nothing that is in any way controllable. As I see it, we will have no basis to deny any application, since there is no showing of need and no verified reason for a live-in. We may have one or two underage people coming to live with a resident for no verified need. I understand the problem, but this does not solve it. I would recommend that what we do is not pass this, that we move forward with the 2017 policy, and that when there are questions, when the people are turned away, they have a right to appeal to the member hearings. And so we can control our discretion, but otherwise we give up all right to monitor this. And in fact, now at this time, under this policy and currently the present practice does not have the board sign any of these caregiver applications. It did, and it does in the 2017 policy. However, the practice has become that the board members never see these applications. This is the only residential application which we do not sign as board members. On those reasons, I suggest that we do not pass this
There's nothing.
Thank you.
All right, Director Akrakar?
I agree with Director Blackwell totally, because we are losing total control of who the resident wants as an occupant to come and help. For instance, item B on page 2, companionship and mental support. Now back that up with number 2 there, saying we don't need any medical proof. Anybody and everybody can say that I need companionship, and I need my 14-year-old kid to come and live with me. This is a senior community. Come on, guys. We don't want to install this kind of things. And I agree. Director Blackwell is totally correct. Thank you.
I'd just like to make the comment that caregivers are not members or residents, and they do not count as such. All right, we also next have Director Randazzo.
Well, I'm going to say the same thing, ditto to what Director Blackwell and Director Akrakar indicated. I think that possibly if we sent it back to committee, they could probably come up with something a little bit better than this. But I agree with both of them, and I'm going to vote no on this particular item. Thanks.
All right, I'd like to recognize Susan from our Social Services Department to speak in favor of this.
Thank you. I think the only thing that I want to make sure that you all understand that there is a difference between a caregiver and someone who does home health. And what this policy addresses is a caregiver. Caregivers are not allowed to administer any medication or health care. They are there to help with the activities of daily living and the independent activities of daily living, which this policy addresses. And then in the civil code, that addresses the home health. So we're not addressing home health in this policy. It's strictly caregivers. Caregivers make up, when between the ages of 80 and 89, over 50% of older adults need help with ADLs or IADLs, which are addressed in this policy. We are looking at those people, not the people who are helping with home health, and that's what the civil code, I believe, addresses. We are looking at the people who are providing basic care, not care provided by a medical practice in any kind. Because we get a lot of people coming in within Laguna Woods helping with hospice or helping with PT, OT, blood draws. We are not looking at those people. We are looking at the very basic activities of daily living. And as I said, from 80 all the way to 90, it increases every 5 years as you age, the help that you need. 85% of people over the age of 80 need help with one activity of daily living. And most people right now in the community have a caregiver in place. This policy is strengthening how we monitor who those people are. In the previous policy, someone could become, and very often became, a co-occupant. We don't want that. It's very hard once someone becomes a co-occupant. They have all the same regulations as someone living here. It's very hard to remove that person if something goes wrong. This way, if they're a caregiver, it's simply, your job is over, it's time for you to leave. So that's what we are addressing, the caregivers, not home health.
Okay, thank you very much. And this policy does not negate the civil code that Director Blackwell was talking about.
No, and I think that has to do with home
enhances.
health.
Right.
Yes,
This is strictly caregiver as opposed to the home health one that's already in civil code.
Right.
Thank you. Let's see. Director Bastani.
I'm still not clear about what's the difference between this private caregiver and our previous caregiver.
It's the same word. It's confusing because for some reason we used a different word than the industry norm. Caregiver is the industry norm that most people use. If you come into social services, you would see all of the caregiver resources that we have. We're just trying to stay so that we're all talking the same language.
See, in the previous policy, you had caregivers to help people in need to go do shopping for their groceries, cooking, etc. Is this still valid?
Most caregivers, Yes, that is considered what you would call an IADL, an instrumental activity of daily living, which means it's not necessary to survive, but it is necessary to thrive, essentially. It's for people who are need help in one capacity or another for transportation. And the companion, I know gets a lot of people caught off guard. That doesn't mean it's your new life partner. Typically, it means what I see typically, it's someone in the beginning of MCI, mild cognitive behavior, impairment, which leads to memory loss. If you have a companion who's trained to help and stimulate and keep you active instead of just staying home and watching TV, that's going to keep the benefits, it's going to maintain your benefits, and you're going to delay the long-term effects of memory loss. So most family members get someone in there, they call them a companion, to help with the cognitive abilities.
Thank you.
All right, Director Chong?
Thank you very much for explaining from the professional point of view, your very detailed explanation. But I guess there are two issues that we crossed and didn't really explain clearly. I believe what you're talking about is that 85% of people 80 years older, that they need this kind of help, and I totally agree with you, and I like this idea that we have caregivers helping them out. But the other issue is that sometimes we have grandchildren moving in under the disguise of caregiver. And so that's the issue that we need to resolve. From your perspective, how do you prevent that kind of thing from happening? I think that's what we're talking about, that we didn't take care of that issue, and that open up a back door, people moving with their grandchildren in. So may I ask, how is this going to be resolved?
The policy addresses it by asking everyone who wants to be a caregiver to fill out the application. The way that after we first met, these concerns came up, and that's why we divided it up to include ADLs and IADLs. If someone is coming in and said, my grandmother needs help and all she needs is to go to the grocery store and help with phone calls, and they want to be a live-in, that would raise a red flag, because most people don't need a living caregiver. And in that case, then it would address your issue of saying you would get a chance to approve it. Those ones that don't add up, the board would be able to look at and decide. So the reason why we have the IADLs and the ADLs is to screen, to see what the issue is, to see if someone's checking that they only need help in one section, why we're really looking at the overnight people, and because that's where the issue lies. And if they're only checking those boxes, then that helps. And then it gets passed to you all to vote. It's not unanimous within the staff.
May I ask a question? Where is that stated in this, in your recommendation?
It's more so the internal policy of how you look at it. It's how it's being reviewed. So it doesn't say, we wouldn't want to spell that out because then everyone would be checking everything. Do you see what I mean? It's written in a way that would be, our staff know that if this doesn't add up, it goes to you.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
All right, Carl?
So with regard to this issue, there's a little checkbox in here that says that you are going to basically, if you check it 24 hours, and then you're saying that you check it 24 hours, but if they check some other boxes, it's a red flag, and specifically says that that's probably not going to be kosher, if you will. Okay,
Right.
Is that correct?
Right.
But
So,
that's so subjective that it's just unbelievably subjective. So under the circumstances, how do you, there's got to be some sort of discernment here as to what actually is the situation, and this doesn't seem to go into that level of detail. Anybody can say that they fill out the application, what have you, they've said that they're a caregiver, and they've passed all the tests or what have you, okay, and then they check 24 hours, but at the same time, they are a grandchild, and they're going to basically be living here. They're going to be living here, and
As a
they're considered a caregiver.
Right. The better the enhancement to this policy versus the old one is they're listed not as an occupant anymore. They're listed as a caregiver, which increases our ability to have compliance involved if needed.
Right.
And the way the policy was before was we weren't asking specifically, if I believe, what they were going to be helping with. So right now, the way it's set up is we're not looking into the details. This enhances the details of what the person is going to be doing so that you all as a board can make the decision. And you have the right to deny.
Right, we can make the decision, but the
right.
thing right now is, okay, the subjectivity of that is something that it's a very thin line, okay?
Yeah, yeah.
You have a situation whereby 3 board members here approve it because they think certain things, and then another 3 board members have a completely different thought process as to what that should have been, and they disapprove it. There's got to be a little bit more objectivity to this process, okay? For you guys, let's say, whoever's reviewing this prior to say, well, you recommend this because they checked all the right boxes so that we can then make a decision that's informed. Because right now, everybody's going to have a different opinion as to whether or not this particular person should be actually allowed into that place.
May I ask what that would look like? What more information?
There will be a staff report attached to it.
Well, I'm saying right now, you're saying right now, you would make some recommendations, but then it would be up to the board to make
Right.
that final
Well,
decision.
what I guess I'm
And
asking is.
what I'm trying
yeah.
to say, excuse me for a second, that final decision right now would be based on the interpretation made by the 3 board members that are signing this piece of paper, which might be different than 3 other board members signing this piece of paper.
Right.
There's no specific rule that says that this box is checked, therefore it's okay. And that's my problem right now. It's too subjective. It's subject to interpretation as to whether or not it can be approved. If it's approved for this one, then the next door neighbor wants one and somebody disapproves it because that's what they're thinking. And then all of a sudden there's complaints about the fact, well, how come, Mrs. McGillicuddy did this, okay, and why can't I do it?
I think we have to just be careful, though, of the difference between home health and caregivers. Yeah, and that's why I understand what you're saying
Adds
about
to the
it would be very
subjectivity.
easy. Yeah, because caregivers are a subjective thing. Anyone in the United States can hire a caregiver outside of a gated community, and they don't need permission to it. It would be the same as hiring, at home right now. I have someone in my home watching my toddler. No one's telling, it's subjective on what you need help with. Like I said, over 85% of people over the age of 80 need help getting out of a chair. That's why they're hiring people, just to get out of a chair. So it's very subjective. So because the way you're aging is different than the way she's aging. So how you utilize a caregiver or how you might need one is, by nature, subjective. So it's very hard to pinpoint whether you have the right to have one or not. It's really your own decision. What we want to make sure is they're not all moving in. We want to protect, and we want to make sure that the big issue for what we're looking at is background checks. We want to make sure that people who can hurt the community in one way or another are not getting in. We want to make sure that they're not becoming co-occupants. We want to make sure we have more regulation for the compliance department to make the needed changes if needed. But caregiving by nature, what I need help with is very different than what you need help with. So it's hard to just put a box that fits the rules.
Right, Director Ackrocar?
Mr. McInerney, I want to give a scenario here.
Yeah.
Say a 60s couple moves in here, they've been living here for 2 or 3 years, and they're now in their late 60s. Their neighbor's son or grandson wants California address to go to California schools, which are much better than the ones in their state. So he applies, and they say, hey, we need transportation and shopping need. We need this kid to come and live with us. So now he gets a California address. Now the fee structure for California will be different for him. That is not fair.
I understand what you're saying.
Because he should have, the California schools are first meant for Californians. Now, the way you are opening a window here, that kid and other kids like him can move into our state.
The policy that's in effect now versus this modification is actually stricter on looking at that. So what's going to happen now is, I would think, because exactly the example you gave, that would be denied.
Why?
Yes, because you have the right to deny the fact that, why do you need help? You're not driving at night. If your only transportation is your only issue and you want to
Or
live
say
in,
they're in mental
denied.
support or whatever, some other reason.
It's your decision to whether, right now, you can put that and you have nothing showing what they need help with. You have the right to deny it.
All right. Chief Moy, did you want to make a comment on that?
Good afternoon, President, honorable board members. Thank you for the opportunity to be in front of you and discuss this. This is an important issue for the village. We know right now that there is a policy in place, ladies and gentlemen, and people are not abiding by it. They're underground. They're doing everything that you were mentioning here. What we're trying to do is bring some standardization to this process. We want to promote this to make it a unified policy that both Third and United will agree to, so that we can hold our caregivers accountable, that they will be registering with the state, that they will do the live scan and do those background checks. Are there some loopholes? Are there some things that we can't, or are there ways of slipping through the cracks? There are, absolutely. We don't have an absolute here. But what we do have is a compliance department that will be conducting the follow-up. If we get somebody who's approved, and it turns out this is a college kid going to UC Irvine, and he checked all those boxes, and he did all the things he was supposed to, then that is our responsibility to go after that individual and bring him in front of this board and have him removed. The other things that we're talking about, the IDLs and the ADLs, and I'm probably getting those acronyms wrong, but I think what Susan mentioned to you is there are things that people do. Maybe they're coming in to help them go shopping. They're cleaning the place. We're not gonna approve those. If a person doesn't need to spend the night, why would we say that, hey, we're going to make you a full-time caregiver, a private caregiver, when all you're telling us that you do is you do some grocery shopping and transportation? That is something that can be done during the day or even in the early evening, but not for a full-time caregiver. So there are some things that we're putting in place here. But for the other ones, that 80 to 85%, that left column that we described, those are the folks that we're trying to help. I don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater, right? We've got a large number of residents here who do require and are asking for assistance with caregivers. And we would like to set up a system to help them to do so.
Thank you. All right, Director Blackwell.
Thank you. The Civil Code is for senior developments. This part of the code lists who may reside in a senior development. So I'm talking about residency regulations. I am not talking about social services or nursing care or anything like that. I am talking that this policy does not meet the standards under 2B7, 51.3B7. That is what I told you. You need substantial nature and must either provide assistance with necessary daily activities or medical treatment, or both. Substantial. Now, when one looks at the chart here, we are looking at this. Most of you don't have this. This says the green ones are the musts for people who have a very good reason for having a live-in caregiver for 1 year. This is a grant for 1 year with no performance requirements and no verification that there is a need there. As it is worded today, we have no requirements for, all you have to do is present 2 signed-up pieces of paper and have paid your $35 or whatever and have gotten your background checks. And that's it. And then you check out whatever you want, which we do not check. Well, there is no provision in here, there are no processes that we were told about where we follow up on anything, on anyone, and yet we allow them to live here for 1 year, not following the law. Yet these people, if you take the serious ones, it's like you grow backwards. You come older and then you come younger. So the green ones, the necessary ones, are like if you or a toddler, which we will all be pretty soon, personal hygiene, continence management, dressing, feeding, ambulating, and toileting, those things are the ones for live-in caregivers. Unfortunately, this policy does not make any difference on anybody. Those persons could easily qualify and would probably very simply get a physician's agreement. That's all we're fighting over, is can you get a physician's agreement? That is a start, or a substitute for it, which we could work out in. The other one is companionship and mental support, transportation and shopping, preparing meals, managing household, managing medications and finances, and communicating with others. Those do not require a one-year live-in of an underage person. But there is nothing in the policy as presented, and it does not, if we are allowing persons for over here without the board reviewing a substantial basis for this, and there is nothing in this policy and not in the paperwork which says this goes to the board anymore. It hasn't. It doesn't go to the board now. It hasn't for years. So if you change it, make it come to the board with their reasons, then this would be a reasonable thing that we could possibly live with. But as it stands, there are no provisions for checkup. There are no provisions for need. There are none of these provisions to help us control who lives in our community, because this is co-occupant, everything else is mentioned in here, and the caregiver which is mentioned does not allow a live-in caregiver for preparing meals or managing your household or transportation and shopping, because you don't need a residential caregiver for that. But the paperwork as submitted does not designate for a difference any more requirements for live-in than anybody else, not as presented. Thank you.
All right, Director Bastani.
I have some questions on this one. And let's forget about 80 years old, etc. And normal people about 65, let's say, they need a caregiver. What this policy requires them to say to the committee, whoever is going to decide that they need a caregiver? What do they need to tell?
Okay. Pamela, do you want to answer that since they come into you?
You're asking who can say whether you have a caregiver or not? The person who needs a caregiver is the only person who can decide whether.
No, but what I'm asking, what BMS wants for the person to tell that I need a caregiver. What does he have to say in his request?
I understand what you're saying. That's part of what I was asking to make sure what.
You have to fill out the application for one thing. Be
Yeah, but-
authorized by the state.
There's an application.
The application is listed to what they want, but then there was a lot of issues like Maggie raised, that they want more restrictions, etc. That's why it brings me to this question. What is the bottom line? What a person has to put forward that he or she needs a caregiver?
Good morning. Thank you for allowing me to speak to this issue. I want to reassure the board that staff works collaboratively with an interdisciplinary team for many applications that are submitted to you, whether that's a first-time lease application, whether it's a co-occupancy application, or this private caregiver application. what we're proposing is to treat the review of the private caregiver applications much like we do sublease applications. The only ones that you see for subleases are first-time subleases or those that are problematical. There's a history of delinquencies, of violations, of problems. Otherwise, if it's deemed by this interdisciplinary team that the applicant meets your qualifications, why would we bury you with another stack of applications to review? You know, VMS talks about wanting to become more efficient, more streamlined, and this is one of those processes that we think we can help with that. There are no magic words that an applicant who needs a caregiver can give to us. We look at it holistically. We look at the history of this person. Sometimes the application doesn't come in until security has found that someone is living here without authorization, or compliance gets a message on their hotline. So there's various ways to flush out, persons who are here without the board's authorization. I can think of no instance when someone under 21 has applied for permission to be a care provider. And as has been explained earlier, depending upon how you answer the question of what service you need, there are red lights that would suggest to us this person doesn't need to live in to provide transportation to doctor's appointments, let's say, and preparing meals, just for an example. I agree, anybody can check any one of these boxes. But I would also say that we have submitted reports to you in the past for someone who wanted a caregiver, and the application asked the physician, how long has this person been your patient? His answer, 1 day. The physician, as we've said already, is never going to deny his patient for liability purposes. So you can tell your doctor, I've got a hangnail. Maybe not literally that, but he is going to sign off his certification that you need a caregiver. And it's only, you know, when some history has been demonstrated that we're going to catch that scufflaw. Believe me, we want to catch them as much as you do. We'd like your disciplinary hearing meetings to be shorter, less congested. The civil code as it's written speaks to the substantial in nature care and terminal care, live-in care. You can pass a rule that is less extreme, but not more extreme than what the civil code says. And so people who are coming in with a home health organization, they need somebody who is trained to give them injections, administer their medications, etc. They're going through their policies. The good news with this private caregiver policy is not only are the people being background checked, but at such time as their patient cannot continue living here, that person has to go too. So we're trying not to drive these people underground to submit a co-occupancy application, because then they create a tenancy, and there's a great deal of difficulty in getting rid of them, because the civil code also talks about qualified permanent residents. If they are caregivers, they don't have that cover. And we think this policy will achieve the objectives that you've set for us.
Thank you. All right, we have two, before we go back to directors for a second time, Mary Stone and Dick Rader would like to speak.
I think one of the issues is the lack of total distinction in this policy between the live-in private caregivers and then just private caregivers who are coming on a daily basis. And I think that possibly you might want to put in an item that says live-in private caregivers must be 55 years of age or provide substantive primary care. Otherwise, you're going to not be complying with 51.3. But if we put that in there, then, that's where we don't have to say, doctor's certification or anything like that, but substantive primary care, that would probably meet the requirements of 51.3.
Hi, Dick Rader. I can understand that you are trying to look for objective criteria to determine who's a proper caregiver or not. But I remind you that we have difficulty now with illegal residency, let alone whether they're a caregiver or not. We have trouble enforcing it now. So I don't know what rules you're going to be able to come up with that objectively going to determine whether somebody who's been approved as a caregiver and they're really not. But there's some things that perhaps will help alleviate the problem. I am aware of some people who are renters, illegal renters, but they have been stated that they are caregivers. I think part of that might go away because I heard this morning, did I not, that you're considering possibly allowing co-occupants to be renters? And if that's so, then maybe some of these underground people who are trying to avoid saying that they're really renters, maybe then they'll come out into the open and we won't have that underground of people trying to avoid being an illegal renter. The other thing that occurs to me is there are some things that maybe haven't been stated, but I'm sure that the social department is aware of, particularly if somebody's underage, under 55. I think that they would probably ask them, do you have a job? Are you a full-time employer? Have a full-time employment? Things like that. And some of these things can be ferreted out and determine whether they're really going to have time to do the things that they're claiming they're going to do. So those are just some thoughts. I just don't understand how you could be more objective. And in particular, with regard to the doctors, you could always get a doctor to sign something for you. That's the problem. I don't think that will help you at all, unless the person goes to an honest doctor.
Okay, thank you. We'll go back for a second time to some of the directors. Andre, you had a question.
Let me see if I can understand. I understand that based on the staff's statement that they want to do and will do their job. I really appreciate you're trying very hard to do that. But I also want to express that from the board's point of view, we need to set up policy and procedures, and it should be relatively unambiguous, so it won't subject to different management. Different board members come up with their own opinions. Otherwise, it would be changing policies all the time, and it will cause more confusion on that. But make sure that I appreciate the staff's trying to do their job, and I understand that everybody's trying to do their job best. Okay. The only concern is that what I would recommend is if we can start to slice and dice the exceptional cases. For example, well, let's start with 80 years old and it's not grandchildren underneath 20 years old, something like that. Okay, then we'll be automatically rejected. I've seen cases that a lady 70 years old, 75 years old in my neighborhood, and her son is 35, 40 years old surf guy, and his truck, his van, sometimes you can see that there's a living space inside the van, parked right out on the front. And that's caused some concerns that apparently this guy is living there. He goes out during the day and come back in the night. So there are situations like that. How do we prevent that from happening? Allow them, the kids to live with their parents, grandchildren to live with the parents. There are indeed some concerns. So we want to set up policy and procedures. If what we can do is to start some policy and procedures And from the staff's point of view, if you smell something fishy, know this is not right, then bring it up, then the board will say, okay, let's change the rule, modify the rule, and then make a few adjustments, slice and dice, and say, this is good, that's bad, this is good, that's bad. It will help you do your job easier because it follows the rule, and it will eliminate the board's involvement to evaluate those variations. So hopefully we'll have, I understand the rules will be very long, eventually, but that's helping out the staff and helping out the board directors to review each individual cases. Thank you.
Director Randazza.
So I want to reiterate what Andre said. Obviously, the staff does a great job. I know because I review a number of these documents. And most of these other documents, for the most part, we have a litmus test that they have to pass, okay? Whether it's a resale, they have to meet certain criteria. And you check off all the boxes and you say, yep, good. And then all of a sudden, for the most part, you make a recommendation for approval. In this particular case, because of the fact that it could be 24 hours, the fact that they're going to be living in, and they may have made excuses, we feel subjectively that we can, and I've heard it from everybody here, make that determination that we will be able to catch those scofflaws who want to just come in here and attend UC Irvine or what have you, okay? I don't see enough beef in this here for you to have that ability to have that litmus test whereby you can make that determination. And it's not your fault. I just want to make sure that, in principle, I agree with this whole process here. But in practice, I think it still is a little loose. That's my problem right now. And I think maybe if they went back to committee, it might be able to be tightened up a little bit with some degree of objectivity where you'd have that possible litmus test. I understand it's not, as Dick Rader said, okay, some of it's not objective, but it's got to be a little bit more objective because this loosey-goosey subjectivity, okay, does leave a place for a lot of mistakes to be made and people who come in here where you thought they were going to do one thing and they find out that they're not. So, as I say, in principle, I agree with this particular process and this particular new motion here, but in practice, I think it needs to get tightened up a little bit. That's my personal opinion.
Director Akrakar.
Yeah, I understand. This is a beautiful way it is written. It is desired. We need it for our seniors who really need help. But it doesn't have those litmus tests like Mr. Randazzo was talking about. Mr. Rader did suggest a couple of things, such as, really how much of such need the person can provide. One thing I can see, say your neighborhood church has a homeless person. They're trying to find a home, and she's like 60. I am very sympathetic with these people also, but I don't want them coming in and staying here and causing other problems. So we need to have this has to go back and tightened up to avoid any pitfalls like we are talking about here. And then we will definitely approve it. Right now, I do have the problem.
Right. Director Armendariz. Oh, I'm sorry, Susan, you had a report.
No, I just wanted to make sure that you all understand that as in our department, we're licensed clinical social workers, which means we have to go through the state and take a whole bunch of board exams to do what we do. When we go out and do assessments, some of the assessment tools, social workers work in all capacities. Here in Laguna Woods, our mission is to enhance the quality of life for village residents and allow them to age in place, and that's what we're doing. Some of the assessment, the litmus test as you described, what we do as social workers is use assessment tools that are evidence-based to literally give a number that says how someone's doing. Those tools are those that you see in front of you. The CAT scale of activities of independent living. Those are the tools that people in the trade with advanced degrees who say if you need help in your home, those are the tools they're using to cover for insurance, because some people have long-term care insurance. Those long-term care insurance is the ones that are really looking under a fine microscope to see whether you should have a caregiver. If those, no other company I can think of would probably looking at it stricter than people who are going to pay for it. So that is the insurance companies. They often hire people to go out, like social workers or psychologists, to do these scales. These scales are the ones that are in front of you. So if you score 2 out of 3 on the ADL list, then you need some help. If you score 3 out of 5 on the IADLs, these are the assessment tools. I don't think we could find something that would be a higher rate of evidence-based practice on how to view whether you need a caregiver than those two tools.
Thank you. All right, Director Armendariz.
I understand the concerns that most of the board members have here, and I think Mary made a good suggestion. However, you probably got a situation here where you have people that are going to rely on a relative to provide this care. And they may not have one that is 55 or older, so that's a problem. I think we've spent a ton of time on things kicking around. I think we need to take a vote now and then decide. Staff has done a pretty good job on trying to put this together. I understand your concerns, but this is a board that always seems to spend a lot of time on trying to keep a tight lock on these situations, okay? So let's vote on it, please.
All right, I gather you're calling for the vote?
That requires a 2/3 vote.
Okay. He has called for the vote. Those who want to go to the vote?
No, to cut off discussion.
That's what I mean, to cut off debate.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. It's been moved and seconded that we cut off the debate and go to the vote. All of those in favor? Let's just do hand raising on that one. In favor.
Going to the vote.
Call for the vote.
Right. We're voting to call for the vote. To stop debate. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, it passes. So now we are voting on the private caregiver policy. That was, the motion was by Gary and seconded by Director Armendariz. And so please vote on.
Hold it. Let's correct that. On that motion, it was never called for a no. I vote no on that motion. Please, thank you.
On the call for the vote?
Yes.
Yes. Ceasing debate. Okay, all right. So it's, would be 10, do you have an? Actually 2 that didn't. All right, so 9 and 2. All right. Now we're going to vote on the private caregiver policy.
Here it comes.
Wait, I'm still missing one.
That's me.
And yeah,
All
all
right.
right.
It's
And you're
up to
voting
you.
in favor? All right, so it's 7 in favor and 4 against, and 0 abstentions, and the private caregiver policy passes. Thank you all. Great debate. All right, now we go to 13C. And that is the revised payment plan agreement for assessments. What we did before was for monetary penalties. This is for assessments. And would you read that one, please, Madam Secretary? And again, this is voting to move it forward.
Whereas a member who is in arrears on a regular assessment, irregular assessment cross out the S, is entitled to make a written request for a payment plan to the board, whereas each request for a delinquent assessment payment plan is approved or denied on a case-by-case basis after review by the Finance Committee, whereas a delinquent assessment payment form, which includes several payment options and conditions, is used to create an agreement between the delinquent member and the mutual. Whereas the United Finance Committee recommends a revised payment plan agreement form with changes submitted by legal counsel to help reinforce collection activity that will occur if a member breaches the agreed-to payment plan for delinquent assessments, and whereas the Finance Committee recommends recovering costs associated with setting up a payment plan, now therefore be it resolved on February 12, 2019, the Board of Directors of this corporation hereby introduces revisions to the delinquent assessment payment plan agreement form as attached to this corporate record, and introducing a one-time setup fee of $50, and resolve further that the officers and agents of this corporation are hereby authorized on behalf of the corporation to carry out the purpose of this resolution. I move this resolution.
All right, it's been moved by Maggie and seconded by Cash. Is there any discussion? I have two speakers. Excuse me, Director Randazza.
So when we had this in Finance Committee, we talked about the $50 setup fee, and we also talked about 10% interest. And the form that they fill out, that they have to sign, says that they're going to be getting 12% interest. That should be changed to 10% because that's what we agreed to in committee.
That was,
I'd like to have Betty speak to that, please.
Good afternoon. So annually, you review and approve a collection and lien enforcement policy that's been edited by your legal counsel, and it goes out to the members with that November mailing as part of the annual policy statement. And in that annual policy statement, it states that the interest you'll be charging on unpaid assessments is 12%. We mistakenly included 10%. Unfortunately, sometimes we start with third, which we did on these payment plan forms, and then we carry it over to United. Their interest rate is 10%. Yours is 12. So we had to correct that. So it was just a correction.
I thought it was a not to exceed 12%.
Well, but it says not to exceed 12%, but we've always charged whatever is in this
I
policy.
understand, but not to exceed means 10% was in the 12%.
Correct, but we've never published 10%. We've never charged 10%.
Okay, well, we thought that this was usury anyway, okay? But the thing right now, we agreed to the 10% plus the $50 setup fee, okay? And under the circumstances, I have no, since it says not to exceed 12%, we can still go with the 10% in this particular situation because it's going to happen once in a blue moon.
So I think the confusing part of these forms, we just needed a vehicle to more formally present these payment plan requests from members. They've been coming to the Finance Committee via email, a letter, or this old form that we had. We had a form for assessments, not for chargeable services, so this was a big, cleanup operation to make a consistent form, and legal counsel revised it so that there's more teeth in it, so they're more aware of what's going to happen. This form is not setting any policy for interest. It's only reminding them in the initial here, it's in the reminder section that, by the way, you will be paying collection costs and late fees and attorney fees and interest per their collection policy. So we're not setting the interest rate on that form, we're just reminding them of it.
You are. It's right here. You will initial here, and it says, I understand that the interest rate will accrue at a rate of 12%. That's an initial. That means that it's legal, and then he signs it at the bottom,
Right.
whoever. So under the circumstances, I mean, I'm saying that this form here, that's my understanding, because that's what we had enough debate in that. We don't want to re-debate it here, okay?
Right.
That we wanted to have the 10% and the $50 setup fee. So we, when we switch to goalposts, then I get a little confused, okay? And I understand what you're saying, that was agreed, that we're 12%, blah, 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 but whatever, okay? But in that meeting, we agreed to 10% in this instance.
Right, and
that's what I think.
this is just payment plans. But what happens is when somebody becomes delinquent on their assessments, the interest rate, the interest charge starts, that calculation starts, and continues until it's paid off, whether they have a payment plan or not. So I would hate to change a policy only for payment plans, because the interest is charged whether they have that plan or not.
They don't have a
I
payment plan.
think
they're
this
paying.
document.
Okay, we're getting into semantics here, I believe, okay? I think, okay, because in a situation right now, we're asking them to sign a document that says that they'll pay 12% per annum once they go and they get this payment plan. And they got a payment plan for whatever, a year. We agreed to a year, and they owe $1,000. So over a year's time period, they're paying off $1,000 plus 10%, plus 12%, plus the $50.
No, the 10% was not on top of the 12%. It's
I'm saying, I said 10% first, it was 12%, because we thought it was 10%, but now I'm reading it and seeing it's 12%. That was my surprise.
Right. So I can ask Jeff to provide some clarifying language, because that section is not intended to change your interest rate policy just because somebody is on a payment plan. The interest rate applies to all unpaid assessments equally.
If they weren't on a
every
payment
month.
plan, they would be paying 12%.
And if they're not on a payment plan, they pay 12%. If they're on a payment plan,
Right.
that charge continues. What the payment plan alleviates is the late fee, the late charge. And so that monthly late charge of $50 or $60 is waived while they're current on their payment plan and in compliance with it.
I'm still confused, but
Well, and-
we're never going to get any
So
place.
we can definitely reword and take it back to committee and get wording that is more clear.
And I have a question for Jeff. If this is changed just for the payment plan, do we have to go back and redo the collection and lien enforcement policy, which is in place, which says 12%?
Yes, you do. And that was going to be one of my comments, is that they're tied together. Your lien and collection policy provides for your procedures that the board has adopted for the collection of assessments.
And published to all of our residents.
Correct, on an annual basis. And you want, to Betty's point, you want your interest rate that you're going to charge, which the code under 5650 of the Civil Code provides up to 12%. You don't have to collect 12%, but the standard interest rate for collecting delinquent assessments is 12%. So if that's what's been used, I believe that's the interest rate that's been used, you want that standard across the board, whether you're imposing that for delinquent assessments outside or within a payment plan. But typically, when someone enters a payment plan, you're not charging late fees or interest. You've cut off the delinquency at a certain date. The member agrees to pay assessments on a going forward basis, and the payment plan provides for the repayment of the past owed amounts, which includes past delinquent assessments, past late fees and interest, not accruing interest or late fees. That's the benefit of a payment plan, is to entice members to enter into an agreement where it stops the incurring of a late fee or interest, which is usually an incentive for people to pay and become current, but then to pay off that prior debt while they remain current in their assessments going forward.
Okay, thank you. All right, Director Margolis?
I'm disturbed that things get changed between committee meetings and this meeting, and I think that that's one thing I want to make sure that we're objective. We did not get any notification of this change. It just sort of appeared. Had I not read my 100-page document, I would have never noticed it. And so I'm very disturbed that that's been done. I also don't understand, does that mean that they don't pay any more interest, that the 12% interest that has been on their thing, they never pay another penny of interest when they sign up for a payment plan? Is that what you're telling me? My question is, when you sign up for a payment plan, do you still continue the 12% interest on that, or is it stop right then and there? No.
Let Betty answer.
Betty?
Well, it's my understanding that the interest calculation continues until the amount is paid in full. So I'll have to confer with Jeff on that,
On the
because I just heard something different.
remaining material.
But there's no late fee.
But the late fee is waived. And that's what's stated in the
Right.
Staff report that comes to the Finance Committee each month.
All right, Director Armandaris, you wanted to speak to that?
Yes. I definitely feel this should go back to committee for a restudy for a number of reasons. The last time we discussed this, I brought up the point that I think we ought to show an example that shows the breakdown for that amount that you're deferring. And that amount, for the calculation purposes, would show a certain amount of interest accrued up to that point. And when I brought this up the last time, I saw a document, I can't find it now, where it stated that they had been paying 12% per interest up to that point. And I mentioned it because Dick Rader even asked me, where did that 12% come from? And I showed him the document, okay? However, in spite of what staff has told me so far, Betty Parker, I am not convinced that they're not going to charge interest on interest. So I'd like to see an example, because this is a fixed monthly payment you're putting in here, and you're going to amortize the loan. So I want to see an example that includes all these items, the amount for assessments, the amount for late charge, the amount for interest, the amount of collection fees and costs, all broken down to give that total amount. And then I want to see how they're going to calculate this fixed payment that they're going to pay, because they're representing to us, if they have accumulated $1,000 at 12%, they're not going to charge any more interest on that, but they are all the other amounts. So like I said, it needs to go back to committee. They need to provide a sample of a calculation and see how it applies and make sure, yes, that is the way it's going to be done. Okay. Second, sneaking this 12% in, I want to see the language on that 12% again. I can't find it now to see if it automatically applies to everything. This is a payment plan for delinquent amounts up to a certain point. Now it's going forward from there. So I think it ought to go back, and the directors ought to be provided the language on that 12%. Jeff may have his impression, his interpretation. Mine may be different. We've had this happen before. So that's what I recommend. Send it back. Let's get all this information. Let's review it, and then let's consider it.
So you're asking for a copy of the collection and lien enforcement policy that sets the 12%?
And a sample and all the things I asked.
All right.
Let's do it.
I'm not sure, Mr. Parliamentarian. Can we send it back to committee before we vote on it, or do we need to vote it down and then send it back to committee?
You can have a motion to refer it back to committee.
Before we vote on the motion to approve? Do we have to disapprove it first?
Yeah,
And
you've had a discussion, right? You've had a discussion, and then somebody can get up, and, I'm sorry, and make a motion to refer it to committee.
all right, are you making that
I'd like
motion?
to make that motion.
All right.
I
this-
second it.
All right, it's been moved and seconded to refer it back to the Finance Committee. All those in favor, would you, or is there any, no, we wouldn't discuss that. Would be back to committee, so refer back to committee. All right, all those in favor? Do we have a screen, or do we need to do it by hand vote? Oh, she's typing it. There we go. Thank you.
I thought I pushed the damn thing.
All right, we are voting to refer it back to the Finance Committee. It passes, all right. We are referring it back, it's 6-5, to the Finance Committee. Thank you very much. And at the Finance Committee, we will have copies of the collection and lien enforcement policy that is in effect for all debts owed to the mutual. All right, next we have a motion to introduce a resolution for an administrative fee for damage reimbursement.
Whereas pursuant to Civil Code 5855, the mutual is required to hold hearings to impose any monetary charges to reimburse the mutual for costs incurred in the repair of damage to common area or facilities caused by the actions or inactions of a member, his or her tenant, guest, invitee, or vendor. Whereas significant staff time is necessary to investigate, document, and prepare concise reports for damage reimbursement hearings for damage caused by a member, and whereas the mutual has seen an increase in administrative costs related to these damage reimbursement proceedings, now therefore be it resolved February 12, 2019, that the Board of Directors hereby introduces the damage reimbursement administrative fee. Resolved further effective April 1st, 2019, the administrative fee for costs related to damage reimbursement proceedings will be 10% of the total reimbursement decision amount for all decisions of $1,000 or more. Resolved further that the officers and agents of this corporation are hereby authorized on behalf of the corporation to carry out the purpose of this resolution. I move this resolution.
Do I have a second?
Are you a
Do I
second?
have a second?
Yeah.
Thank you, Gary. All right, it's been moved by Maggie and seconded by Gary that we approve the motion for administrative fee for damage reimbursements. Is there any discussion? Let's see, what have we got? Andre?
I'm a little bit confused about the wording here. The first resolve further, at the end of the second line, will be 10% of the total reimbursement decision amount. Is that a damage amount or reimbursement? Can we have an example of, let's say, with the total damage, $1,200 or $1,500, say $1,500. So it's over $1,000. 10% of total damage amount will be 150%. Which is the $150, which is the reimbursable amount. So I'm a little bit confused about this reimbursement decision amount.
The reimbursement is to the mutual. When there is a damage reimbursement, it means that the mutual has put out the money to fix whatever the damage is. In many cases, it's not to the member's unit, but to a surrounding member, but they cause the damage too. We go in and fix it, and then we go to the member for reimbursement for those costs. And if those costs are over $1,000, then what they would be charged, besides the total reimbursement, would be the administrative fee of 10% of that amount. A lot of work goes into damage reimbursement, particularly for other units where we have to go in and inspect and we have to work with contractors, et cetera, to fix it. So the reimbursement is to the mutual.
I understand that totally. My question is $1,500 of damage, 10% of damage is the reimbursable amount. So
That's the
$1,500
administrative fee. That is
Yes.
not the reimbursement amount.
So you will add on the
Yes.
10%.
Right. The administrative fee would be added to the reimbursement amount. Otherwise, they owe us $1,500 and they would only be giving us $150.
So what we're talking about is $1,500 damage amount and $150 of administrative fee. So total reimbursable amount is $1,650.
Correct.
So it's 10% of the total reimbursable amount. The reimbursable amount is $1,650. The damage amount is $1,500. So that was my question. The 10% of total damage decision amount or the total reimbursement decision amount. Knowing that $1,500 is the 10% based on, which is the damage amount, and $1,650 is the reimbursable amount, not the 10% of the total reimbursable amount.
No. $1,500 is the total reimbursable account, and we would add the $150 to that to make it $1,650 total adding the administrative fee to the total reimbursement amount. The total reimbursement amount is what we, as the mutual, have paid out in each of these cases.
Okay.
All right, Director Akrakar, you had a question?
Yeah, actually, we are talking about 13% of the cost, not 10 as determined, right?
No, we're proposing a 10%.
10%, okay.
10%.
Second thing I want to say, if we take 531 that you plan to add to every order over 1,000, that comes to way more than 10%.
We do it on a case-by-case basis. $531 was the average that we showed. So it all depends on the
So
reimbursable.
you're not adding 500?
No.
No.
Okay,
And
good.
that's
Thank
under
you.
the 1,000. All right, Dick Rader.
Hi, I just need a clarification. It says here, where was it? Is Ricardo mentioned? You said common area or facilities. Does facilities include the interior of manors?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
All right, if there are no more questions, I'll ask for the vote. On 119XX, administrative fee for damage reimbursements to the mutual. All right, the motion passes, 10 in favor, 1 Director Armendariz opposed. So 10 to 1. Okay. All right. Now we go to the one that we moved over from the consent calendar, which would be item 13E. And you have a separate sheet that we have given you with an alternate motion for this. And the alternate motion, would you like to read it?
No, I'll carry. Consistent with its statutory obligations, a subcommittee of the board, consisting of the treasurer and 1 other board member, reviewed United Laguna Hills Mutual financials for the month of December 2018, and by this vote, ratify that such review will be confirmed in this month's board member open session meeting minutes. I move this motion.
Well, first and foremost, it's Laguna Woods, not Laguna Hills.
That's true.
Third is Laguna Hills, but United is Laguna Woods.
You have to be different.
I have a motion by Maggie. Do I have a second?
A second.
Thank you, Gary. All right, is there any discussion on this one? Director Armendariz.
I couldn't wait for this opening.
Oh, I can't wait either.
You know,
Timer.
this was handled terribly. It was bungled by our attorney, it was bungled by staff, and the directors don't even understand what this all means. I have gone on the site and clicked on all the available information. We still don't have a setup on every requirement on there. So I don't know, and then the 2 languages, I mean, that's another thing that appalls me. We've had discussions before about the business judgment versus due diligence, okay? The reason why the law was changed was to put some teeth into what the directors were required to do in performing their duties. Like I said, we don't even have it set up yet to conform with that. Also, this is for 2019. The attorneys chose to interpret it, well, the records are being updated in 2019, wrong. Wrong. This applies to records starting with January 1st, 2019. Okay? I'll debate that with any attorney. This is talking about the records for November and December 2018. they don't apply. Not only do they not apply, but then you got two choices here. And that's what appalls me. The second choice is we're passing the buck onto the treasurer and one other member to conform to this. You know, I hate to say this, but I have no reliance on that. I'm still gonna be checking this stuff out myself. And I'm not gonna volunteer to be that second person to do your job, okay? So it's gonna have to be the treasurer and somebody else. So there's a lot of things wrong here, and we need to talk about this in closed session this afternoon, okay? And there's no way in the world either one of these is correct in doing the job. And like I said earlier, I want a motion and an amendment in this document, in today's minutes, that retract that approval we gave last month that was totally wrong. Thank you.
All right. Yes. Gary?
I just wanted on the record that the review of the financials is going to be due with myself, and Elsie Addington is also going to be the backup.
That task force, right. Okay.
Have you done this yet? Have you complied with this?
Yes,
For what period?
January.
For January? It's not even available.
For the
For December.
report that we have for December.
Yeah.
That doesn't apply.
But, well, whether it does or doesn't, what makes a difference?
Can move ahead.
Let's say it's a practice one. Oh, all right. I don't see, yes, Director Randazzo.
So, my question is, if every one of the board members here, 11 of us, needed to review every one of those documents that are in there with the expertise that each of us have, which not all of us are finance people, then we would look at it with glazed eyes and after a while basically say, yeah, looks good to me. However, when you specifically appoint two people that actually have that type of experience to review it, then at least you're doing the due diligence, because my understanding is that this is an option that you can implement. Is that correct, Betty?
Yes.
And under the circumstances right now, we had discussed this, well, not in Finance Committee, but I just had a discussion with various different people with regard to the fact of how many documents are we talking about that each member of this particular group has actually got to review to make this particular new law be effective for us. And there's a lot of documents, and a lot of them don't make a lot of sense to a lot of people because of the fact there's a lot of numbers in there.
Yeah.
And we don't have finance backgrounds.
Wow.
So understood that it was thought that to have the option implemented would be the better for everyone. Now, does that mean that each of the individuals on this board can't go and review them themselves?
Of course not.
Be my guest. And you know, and that's what I feel, okay? Anybody in this board that feels that they want to review these documents and they can bring up any questions they want, they can do that. I personally am not going to do that because I got a bunch of other things that I need to do, and to review all those documents on a monthly basis is just a little bit over the top for me. So we have this option, and that's what we're thinking of implementing.
All right, Jeff, I'd like you to give an update on what the law is, absolutely.
Yeah, if I may, and thank you for the opportunity. For those that are not here and those that are here wondering what this discussion is about, because I don't think the foundation has been properly laid for the members. What we're talking about is a new law that went into effect January 1st of this year, Assembly Bill 2912, which I directly was involved in Sacramento, negotiating with the legislatures. The purpose of this bill was to actively engage boards in their communities with respect to their finances because of the apparent upswing of embezzlement in communities. So number one, the intent of this bill is to just get directors more actively engaged in the finances of the community. And number two, with that, to provide some more specificity as to what that means. And what that means is there's a list of documents that the directors need to review every month for the prior month's finances, starting with the current reconciliation of the operating account, the reserve account, and there's a list. You have that list. And this list goes on and on. Those documents are provided to each director either actually in a physical document or electronically. The law requires each board member to engage in that review, and that review has to be confirmed in the next meeting minutes following the review of the prior month's documents, or that could be delegated to the treasurer and any other director. 2 directors, one have to be the treasurer. This law has been in the works last year for quite a while. We discussed this law as it was going through the legislature. We were preparing for this law to go into effect, and in preparing for it, I worked closely with Betty and her team, and you, the board members, so I take offense, Mr. Armendariz, to say this was mishandled, or whatever other term you use, because I want people in the community to know that we worked long and hard on this and preparing for it. And with any new law, there's a lot of sometimes working through the kinks and wrinkles to make sure that what the law says, we're meeting its requirements, but at the same time, we're also meeting our unique needs, which are very different than that 40-unit condo complex down the street. So there's a balance that has to be respected as far as how we work through this and iron out the wrinkles and make sure it's workable. It doesn't consume staff to where they can't get anything else done other than comply with this law, which isn't right. It's not fair to you. It's not fair to staff. It's not fair to the members. But at the same time, that we can hold our head up high and our shoulders back with confidence that we're in compliance. And I think we have a really, really good balance. We've worked hard to get that done, and we are complying with that law right now.
Thank you. All right, Andre?
I understand this is a very, the issue that the state requires all the board members to get involved and understand the money, where do they spend, how every penny got spent on the issues, okay, and look into the numbers. It does not require all board members to review all documents. Some board members maybe just say, I just approve it, whatever it shows to me. And it does because not all board members have the all expertise of the whole management service company. So it's quite all right if anyone wants just to say, I approve it, whatever it is. So that's fine, okay. But if there's a question raised by a very experienced board member, is being in this business, in the specific business for a long time, the whole career is in there, then my question is, should the assigned committee just ignore them, say, I am in the committee, you are not, so your point is ignored? Is that the practice that we want to do, okay? Or is that the practice that, hey, you are more experienced, you brought us some issues, let's look into that. In the past, we've had several budget issues, we've had some reserve issues, and the result into, and we brought it up to the treasurer. Treasurer is, didn't comment on any of the issues. I know treasurer is probably very busy and working on many, many other issues, but these are the monies, and we need to spend time on that, understand where do monies spend and how do those numbers come from, whether they are correct or not. They need to spend time. Treasurer is not something that people take it lightly and just say, I'm in the committee and I said so, and that's it. Okay, so I would recommend that, encourage that the committee start looking into these issues and then find out what is the issues related to Director Armendariz information and why is it concern to him, instead of just saying, no, committee made a decision and tough luck. Thank you very much.
I don't think that's happened. All right, Gary?
Okay, one of the duties in here is to review on a monthly basis the check register. As far as I'm concerned, I can sit there and go through a check register and it doesn't mean a darn thing to me unless I'm doing an audit and I go back and find out who we're paying, why we're paying, and there's no way you can do all of that with how many, there were like 20,000 or something like that. It's just impossible.
First of all, as we go on and debate this, I would like to make it clear that both of these motions say reviewed the United Laguna Woods Mutual financials
Yes.
for the month of November before and the month of December.
Yes.
They do not include all of those other documents. Each of us as a board member gets a copy of the financials.
Correct.
Which is a summary, and that's what we review in November and December. All we're saying is that we did that. And as we go forward into 2019, if we want to, we have a task force that's going to look at other documents, that's fine. But right now, all we're voting on is 2018, and that's the financial documents that each and every one of us received in hard copy and are gone over in detail at the Finance Committee, period.
And here.
All right. Sue?
I feel that going forward, 2 people are too few. I believe the Finance Committee ought to be on board looking at all of those pieces and figure out a way to distribute the work so that it gets done fully and accurately and we have a good review each month. And I think I call for the vote for just December. All right, I have a call for the vote. Do I have a second?
I asked to be recognized, please. I had this button on.
Call for the vote takes precedence. Let me see if they're going to get it.
I have some important input here about some untruths that I'm hearing.
You need a two-thirds vote. You need a two-thirds
Director
vote.
Armendariz, we have to follow procedure. Procedure is Director Margolis called for the vote.
Is there a second?
Is there a second to that?
And what is the
Call
motion?
for the vote. A motion to call for the vote.
The vote
On
is on what?
December, the alternate motion
On
for
this one right here,
December.
this one.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. I need a
Okay.
two-thirds majority. Would you vote, please, on calling for the vote?
Right.
This is not the vote. This is calling for the vote on the financials for December 2018. All right, the motion passes 10 to 1 abstention of Director Armendariz.
No, it's a vote, no vote. No.
I'm sorry, you're right.
No.
Thank you.
No need to shout.
No need to shout. It is a no vote, and that's what I have down. Now we will call for the vote on the alternate motion that you have on your separate sheet, which is approving the December 2018 financials, confirming those. That's the one that everybody has received. It has nothing to do with all of the stuff that's on the computer now and doing those. By the way, you all got something in your box that went over all of that. This is strictly the financial statements that were given to the Finance Committee and the other board members for the month of December. All right, now, Director Armendariz, do you want to speak to this vote?
Yes. Okay. I can't believe this, you know. I'm sitting here, listening to this nonsense. Okay.
Out of order.
All right.
Let him say.
In the January meeting, the language that was in that meeting, in that item C, had language that was slightly different with this. But the most important part in there says, in this month's board members' open session meeting minutes per Civil Code 5501. Civil Code 5501 is a new revision to the Davis-Sterling Act. It was not in existence in 2018, so that was wrong. And somehow, somebody got smart enough to realize that, okay, we can't put that in this, okay? Second part, as far as the procedure for 2019, here again, I will tell you some facts that you need to be aware of, okay? First of all, it requires that you look at proof of a document from the outside financial institution that keeps your bank accounts. That is not on the website right now. That is not on the computer system, okay? It'll also ask for a reconciliation of both the reserve account and the operating account. Now, I'm going to tell you some things you don't know. I only know this because I probed and probed, okay? In the Davis-Sterling Act, you're supposed to keep separate bank accounts for those. We do not. We commingle funds, okay? So in order to comply with that, what I almost left out was when I kept probing and probing, I finally got a letter that was produced by the controller, not Betty, that said they'd gotten a letter from the Secretary of State's office stating that it wasn't necessary to have a separate account so long as a separate accounting was done, identifying the balances and the transaction and the amounts for each type of account, for deposits, disbursements, and transfers, okay? That record does not currently exist. That should be provided so that our treasurer there will review that record. There's also a requirement in the Davis-Sterling Act that requires 2 signatures on every disbursement out of the reserve account. When I brought that up a year ago, our treasurer she wasn't even one of the signers. And I asked her what she did with the bank statements when she got them. She said, well, nothing really, I just look at them and file them away. Now, another change in this is so that there's some internal accounting controls, and we're weak on those in several areas that I can mention. And I was hoping to discuss those this afternoon. But I'll just stick to the bank accounts. When we reviewed the management agreement with VMS, I proposed that at the time, I don't know what documents they see, but if they see supporting documentation supporting a $50,000 disbursement out of that account.
Point of order. We're talking about this motion here before us.
I am telling you why it's wrong. I'm telling you why the present procedures are wrong.
This motion.
To comply with section 5501. You're not doing it.
This
And
motion.
Jeff needs to hear these things.
This
So we'll
motion
discuss it in
you're-
closed session.
This has nothing to do with 5501, this has to do with the financials
It
that
did
we
last-
are
that's the
reviewing
language
for
last
November
month,
and
and that's what it was
December.
before we transferred it over, okay?
All right,
In these minutes right here, this proposal right here,
all right, your 3 minutes is up.
it's got
Out of order.
Civil Code 5501 right here.
Right.
In the agenda for today's meeting. Okay?
All right, and we do have an alternate here.
I may be out of order, but I'm right. You guys are wrong.
Point of order.
Thank you.
Thank you, point of order. You guys are so pathetic.
All right, Mary?
Objection.
All right, Mary, you had a comment?
Mary Stone, 356C. When I was treasurer of United and GRF, I had the bank statements come directly to my house every month. I also had the statements from BlackRock account that was delivered to me every month. And so I really have a difficult time when you say that we do not have separate bank accounts or separate, accounts with these things. We do, and I've seen them. I can vouch for it. Right, Betty? And I would go through them. And I'm sure our treasurer, I don't know whether you do that or not, but that's what I did as treasurer. It's very
Yeah, do
easy
you?
to get.
All right, we're going to vote on, oh, I'm sorry, Director Trong.
To respond to Mary's question,
I wasn't a question
Mary's statement there. And Gary.
Out of order.
I remember that Gary stated, I cannot review all entries and checks. Okay? And my
You're
question
taking
is.
that out of context, I'm
And
sorry.
No,
Please let me speak.
That's called
Okay.
review.
And please, and how, if that's the case, how do we find embezzlement? And if there's
Out of
embezzlement,
order.
is the treasurer
Out of
accountable,
order.
liable
I call
for
for the
the
question.
embezzlement?
All right.
We need somebody
Please
who
vote.
can do the treasury job. Wait a minute, I'm still reading.
Too bad.
Oh,
What do you mean, too bad?
Andre,
abstain then.
it's 1:42.
We've been here 4 hours.
Yeah, we have two.
He wants to vote orally. Raise your hand.
The vote has been called. Would you please vote one way or the other?
I'm not sure about, I don't understand.
Well, then
what the-
abstain or vote
Abstain.
against it.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. The motion passes to accept the reviewed financials from the month of December 2018.
I want to put it in record, I was pressured to vote abstain without understanding what exactly the,
That's what abstain means. You didn't have enough knowledge.
All right. Because last time we did skip some of this because of the length of the meeting, we are not going to do that today. Therefore, I call for the committee reports, and the first one is the report of the Finance Committee and our treasurer, Director Morrison.
You'll have to excuse me, I've got to leave.
Okay, are we ready for slide 1?
Yes, we are.
Okay, the total revenue for United through December the 31st, 2018 was $40,971,000 compared to expenses of $43,134,000, resulting in a net expense of $2,163,000. Slide 2, please. Through December, United Mutual was worse than budget by $959,000 on the preliminary financials. We tracked and discussed these variances as they developed throughout the year, and several adjustments were made to the 2019 budget to reflect these trends. The most significant unfavorable variances were attributable to water heaters. We had increased Manor water heater program installations to meet the 10-year warranty schedule, previously on hold during the review of the building code changes. Plumbing service, we had increased use of outside contractors to address non-emergency plumbing work. Volume of service order completions increased 10% over the prior year. Typical work performed by an outside contractor relates to underground leaks that are more than 3.5 feet underground as required by the Occupational Safety or OSHA regulation, which precludes the VMS staff from performing the work. Waste lines, the board approved an early expenditure of $200,000 from the 2019 plan to expedite the waste line remediation program. Slide 3, please. On the pie chart, we show non-assessment revenues, excluding unrealized loss of investment. We received to date $1,708,000 by category, starting with the largest revenue-generating category, fees and charges to residents, followed by interest income, laundry revenue, and so forth. On this slide 4, please. On this pie chart, we see expenses to date of $43,134,000, showing our largest categories of expense are for employee compensation and property taxes, followed by outside services, utilities, and so forth. Slide 5. The reserve balances on December 31st, 2018 were $21,710,000. The year-to-date contributions and interest to reserves were $12,313,000, and the year-to-date expenditures were $13,035,000. Our balance sheet as of 12/31/2018, current month was $78,256,096. Prior year, we had $80,101,294, so we had a balance sheet decrease of $1,845,198. Our delinquency report as of January the 21st, 2019, we had, current month, we had 18 delinquencies of $105,494. We had prior month count of 99,553, so we were up one at $5,941. We had one lien that was to be recorded. We had 2 files submitted to legal counsel, 5 files with the collection agent, 3 files with NCB. We had 1 lender foreclosure, and we had 3 that are maintaining a balance below $1,800. Chargeable services delinquency report as of January 21st, 2019. Our current month, we had 20 at $106,486, and our prior month, we had 20 at $107,490. So we're up $1,000 from the previous month. Our monthly resale report for January. This year we had 22 sales, and last year 23, so we're down 4.3%. Our total sales volume this year, 5,282,150 as compared to last year, 6,014,390. So we are down 12.2%. Our resale price this year is $240,098. Last year, $261,495. So we are down 8.2%. Excuse me. We had our monthly leasing report, 9%, which was the same as the previous month. We have placed an RFP to be issued for $40,000 for a reserve study, which was passed by the Finance Committee and will be and was brought forward to the board. We proposed a business plan. Well, this was previous. Roundup was discussed, and basically what was discussed on that were basically we can't decide to do anything till we get actual physical evidence, which is being done in third right now, and then we can ascertain the cost of the pesticides and what it might cost all of us. And that's my report.
Thank you. All right, the next report is from the Architectural Control and Standards Committee, Director Akakar.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The committee met on January 17th, and I'll give you some highlights here to reduce time. One variance request was received, and items built outside of the approved scope of work in retaining doors opening in common area was denied, but we did allow another non-standard, unapproved report for slab to retain because it would have been excessive cost for the owner, for the shareholder. Present standard plan review policy requires all variation from standard plans to be reviewed by committee and this takes excessive time, which would be considerably reduced for many variations that do not affect load bearing and which conform to permanent alteration policies. Staff shall review submitted drawings, and if alteration does not affect structural integrity or purpose of the room, then the staff shall be permitted to issue a mutual consent. All major proposals that alter structural integrity and exterior aesthetics shall still require board approval. The next meeting will be in March because the February meeting is canceled for lack of any alteration variance requirements. That's my report. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, our next report is from the Communications Committee, Director Blackwell.
Yes, we produced the breeze, and the people wrote good articles. And thank you very much, and I'm looking forward to Friday to receiving them again. It goes on. Thank you.
All right, our next report is from the Member Hearings Committee, Director Akrakar.
Yeah, the committee met on January 24th, and the highlights are, henceforth, there shall be an administration fee tacked on top of the reimbursement in excess of, which is, I'm wrong here, 10% will be tacked on. This is because the administration must spend extra time on the case for making reports, tests, etc., directly chargeable to that case. 3 damage reimbursements and 9 disciplinary cases were discussed and voted upon. And the next meeting is scheduled February 28th at 9 a.m. in boardroom. That's my report.
Thank you. Next report is from the Governing Documents Review Committee, Director Blackwell.
Thank you, yes. We talked about guarantors, whether we should re-allow guarantors, and so we're working on that discussion. We also discussed community property issues, but decided we're going to amend the title and work on a resolution. You got the caregivers policy as it was presented, and the policy is limited to the terms which you have in your file. Until we have otherwise, those are the only terms and conditions which exist. And so we will continue talking about that, and I'll try to get some more information from them as to the procedures used, since we do not have any information about the procedures they are using. Thank you. Our next meeting is February 25th.
All right, I think you're up next again for the Landscape Committee.
Okay, we met on February 4th. Oh, no, that's next time. We met in December, so we gave this vote before, and we have not met since. So this was, Bruce Hartley was there and so on, and so we talked about tree removal and the usual things and the ongoing business with the testing. And we meet again, let's see, oh no, we met December, this is December 13th, okay. We meet again in, I've got it right here. I have
February
the agenda.
14th.
February 14th, when we are talking about the landscape renovation project. That's when we pull out the turf and put in the drought-resistant plants so that we save water and do save mowing time and expense. So we come back and see us on February
Valentine's Day.
14th. Yes.
All right, the next report is from the M&C Committee, Dr. Why do I keep calling people doctor today? I'm sorry. Director.
It's a short
Dawson.
version.
I don't think I'm a doctor. The Maintenance and Construction Committee hasn't met since October. The December meeting was canceled. So there really isn't much to report except for the fact that we invite you to attend the February 27th meeting, where besides discussing reports, we will have an oral discussion on laundry pedestals, painting of exterior alterations, drainage concerns within the community, and performance of the solar installation. And as I said, our meeting is on February 27th at 9 o'clock in the boardroom. So if you want to hear about those things, come join us.
Would you go on with the Village
And
Energy
the
Task
Village-
Force?
Village Energy Task Force also hasn't met in a number of months, and our next meeting is on March 6th, and I don't have anything to say about that I hadn't said already.
All right, the Resident Advisory Committee, I will report on because Director Akrakar was in India. And we met on January 10th and had 3 situations which were discussed thoroughly and turned over, and our staff associate, Barbara Bridges, followed up on. And so we invite everybody who has an issue that they would like to discuss. We do allow dialogue, and we do allow more than 3 minutes. So if there's something that's on your mind, and I particularly invite people who hear rumors. I heard that we were doing this, that, or the other thing. Come to the Resident Advisory Committee and get the real lowdown. Confirm or deny what it is that you've heard. So our next meeting will be Valentine's Day, next Thursday, or this coming Thursday, February 14th at 4 o'clock in the Sycamore Room. As to the GRF committee highlights, just quickly, were there anything from the Finance Committee, Director Morrison?
We did not meet.
All right, and their next meeting is February 20th. The Community Activities Committee, Director Torn.
Yes, a quick one. First, the committee reviewed the policy and procedures. A lot of club president attended, and we will have some updates in the next meeting. And we also talked about Clubhouse One television, which has brought up a lot of attentions. The staff will brought up some alternatives, and we have instructed the staff to put the TV back on, so wait for but it will be limited choices. We are not going to allow any kind of fight over the TV. Thank you very much.
All right, the Landscape Committee, Director Blackwell.
Thank you. We were given a book on the creek, which the committee members were allowed to have, and we discussed the creek. Then we discussed the elimination of Roundup, and the committee decided to direct staff to continue to systematically investigate alternative products and so on. So we are joining and waiting for the test results. And we will meet again on Wednesday, March 20th.
Here in the boardroom, okay. The Maintenance and Construction Committee, Director Randazza.
Yeah, we again have met in a couple of months for the M&C Committee for GRF. However, if you want, February 13th, tomorrow morning at 9:30, you can join us here in the boardroom for the GRF. And one of the two of the topics that we'll be discussing is the EV charging station grant for the community center and walkway lighting bollards at clubhouses 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, plus normal reports, reviews, and what have you. So, and we'll see you tomorrow if you're interested.
I'd just like to comment for those watching on TV, if there's anybody left. The reason they keep saying it didn't meet is most of the GRF committees meet every other month, either the odd month or the even month. And unless there's something that they call a special meeting for, that's why you're hearing that. All right, the Media Communications Committee, Director Blackwell.
All right, so we had a media communications meeting on January 21st, and we talked about, of course, broadband and the contracts report and the negotiations that will be upcoming. All right, and we did channel mapping and TV3 guide. We did marketing and communications. They were talking about the docent tours and frequency, the code red and dwelling live and so on. And we were viewing a policy on photography and filming in the village. That's where outside people, vendors, try to use the village as part of their background in making ads. And so we're reviewing that policy, and the subcommittee is Joan Milliman, Annette Sabalsol, Steve Carmen, Eileen Paulin, and Paul Ortiz and Brian Gruner. There's an outreach to non-English speaking residents. There was a discussion about that. They are thinking of having a one docent tour and perhaps a new resident orientation in Chinese. The members of the Chinese club will be the translators for that and will offer training to members who are interested. Andre has said that would assist others. Let's see. Eileen also discussed the fumigation. Some people aren't reading their mails and stuff. It's very hard to keep everyone in sync regarding fumigation, water conservation, pesticide and maintenance schedule. And so we're trying to see if we can get the press involved. And our next meeting is Tuesday, February 26th.
Thank you. Mobility and Vehicles Committee, Director Addington.
The GRF Mobility and Vehicles Report. The meeting was held on February the 6th, 2019. The committee concerns itself with mobility issues, including buses and other transportation, as well as various vehicles utilized by VMS personnel. Chairman Ray Gross introduced the new supervisory staff officer for mobility and transportation, Mr. Chris Lagenauer. Mr. Lagenauer began his duties on Monday, February 4th, but as Chairman Gross pointed out, he has already been busy, including the repair of a new noisy bus at no expense to the corporation. Both Lagenauer and the board expressed appreciation for his appointment and look forward to working together in the future. Mr. Lagenauer comes to us from the city of Santa Ana, where he oversaw a somewhat larger transportation budget than that of Laguna Woods Village. Director Gross also called attention to the proposal already in motion to develop a transit plan for the village, including an analysis of ridership and routes. The proposal recommended by staff will cost approximately $46,000. Ridership records from VMS were discussed. During 2018, Plan a Ride made 34,577 passenger trips. During the same period, Easy Rider, the fixed route buses, made 101,859 passenger trips. For 2019, $1,787,555 has been approved for vehicle purchases for the village. This amount includes vehicles from many different work centers in the village and includes added and replacement vehicles. The next meeting will be Wednesday, April 3rd, 2019.
Thank you. The report from the Security Access Committee, Director Liberatore.
Madam Chair, I wasn't there for this. I don't have a report for it.
All right, the next meeting is February 25th at 1:30 in the boardroom. Traffic hearings, again, Director Addington.
This committee met on Wednesday, January 16th, 2019. I'm going to skip the committee's purpose for right now because we're all really hungry. The committee is comprised of 4 directors, each one from United, 3rd, 50, and GRF. That's to emphasize our equity. Cited people are scheduled in from 9 o'clock in the morning to 12 noon and from 1 o'clock p.m. to 3 p.m. At the hearing, each case is discussed and fines levied as appropriate. Let's skip the rest. Hearing results are in village only, and the results are not given to the DMV or the insurance companies, all you out there in TV land. We're not running to your insurance companies, so if you really dispute your ticket, come on down. At the last meeting, 29 people were scheduled for hearing, of whom 5, representing 7 notices of violation, which is a ticket, they didn't show up, resulting in automatic determination of the fines proposed. In other words, they didn't show up, and you have to pay the fine, and you counts as a prior, and you just lose. If you're not going to come, you shouldn't tell us you're going to come. And then if you say you're going to come and you don't come, then the small, mild little penalties that we do assess are yours permanently. Of the 24 who did appear, 14, representing 18 tickets, 14 humans, were found to be responsible for the offense and to deserve the fine. However, 4 had the offense and the fine waived, and 5 were found responsible for the offense but received no fine. And 1 was referred back to staff. 5 people appealed to the committee by letter, and of those, all were found responsible for the offense but had the fine waived. So don't think it's not kind of complicated down there at the hearing land. You might want to drop in just to see what happens. The next hearing committee will be held February 20th, 2019 at 9 o'clock in the morning.
I'd like to add one thing to that, Director Addington. Those are closed meetings. People can't just drop in to see what's going on. Only board members could do that.
I stand corrected, and I remove that invitation, and hopefully you're all taking a nap anyway.
All right, Disaster Preparedness Task Force, Director Morrison.
Oh. Is that you? You?
I don't mind saying.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Chief Moy conducts a beautiful meeting every time we meet at the Disaster Preparedness Task Force. This time he had several good things to say about the drills that we do and volunteer requests, and people are really showing interest. The community is getting closer and closer because of his efforts, and I thank him for that. Next meeting is supposed to be on March 22nd. They meet 26th. They meet every other month, so thank you.
All right. Thank you. We'll go on to item 16, future agenda items. There's 2 listed. We're going to probably look at financial guarantors, which should come out of
Governing.
governing documents, and roles and responsibilities, which is something that the president's, first vice president's team is working on, and we'll see if that will be ready. It will be a future agenda, but whether it's in March or not, I'm not sure. 17, director's comments. Can we go around starting over here? Director?
No comment.
On this month, next month?
Yes.
Send it back to the committee?
Well, we sent it back to the committee, so we don't know if it's a future agenda yet. It has to come out of the committee.
Better be a future agenda.
No comment.
I'd like to welcome Jeff and Siobhan for coming to our meeting and for staying all the way through. It is not a requirement that you stay all the way through. Now that you've experienced it, I'm sure you will probably exit
Run for the hills.
immediately after your report, as most of the staff does. But we really appreciate it, and I bet it was a lot of fun. Thank you.
Director Endotter.
Ditto what Director Blackwell said.
Director Ackerkar?
I agree 100% and welcome, Jeff. I would like to say 2 things. Since our meeting always goes past 12:30, maybe we should meet starting 8:30 instead of 9:30. Save 1 hour, because I'm very hungry. Second, the Resident Advisory Committee, people, please attend the meetings as choice 1, choice 2, send me an email, and I already gave my email. And the very last resort, call me. Otherwise, don't. Do not call me. Thank you.
Right. Director Torn?
Welcome, Jeff. Hopefully you still want to stay here after these meetings. But one thing that I would recommend is on the screen, we have first name, last name, then the menu number. So the menu number always got cut off. Can we switch the sequence, move the menu number in the front, and then first name and last name? We can lose the last name, but as long as we have the menu number and first name, it will be very easy for us to remember. And second one is about the media and communication. We just, Maggie has described there will be a member orientation for the Chinese communities in Mandarin. And just want to know that this is not organized by VMS. VMS is only a supporting role. This is really organized by the clubs. The clubs need to request that. VMS, we don't have the resources and the budget to manage that kind of activity. But if each club, ethnic club, want to do that, yes, they will support. And the idea is to help all the residents live a better life here, understand where to go to, and instead of confused. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Director Adams?
Thank you. Welcome.
Director Bozani.
I'd just like to make a request from VMS. I heard today that the work on Gate 2 may take about 6 weeks. This is creating a lot of issues for people who pass through there. I wanted to see if VMS can expedite this.
I can only say they're doing it as fast as they can. The 6 weeks is not laid in stone. It's up to 6 weeks, and it depends on individual gates, how much time it takes there. And we certainly are trying to work as efficiently as possible to get that done. Siobhan, did you have a comment? Any comment for us?
No, thank you. I just want to thank you for the welcome, and it is educational for me to learn processes and how things work, so I appreciate, you'll probably see me here more than you want.
No. But last but not least, I would like to thank our VMS directors that stayed with us to the very end, but also those of you that are watching on TV. Thank you for keeping in touch, keeping in sync with us, even though it goes longer. Board meetings do have a lot of important things, and it's important to allow discussions, and that's what makes our board's meetings so long. So this meeting is recessed.